I'm loud in your ears. Okay, well.
But I have these different. I don't have these different things, so I just turned you down.
Ah, there you go. Okay, let's see what we have got going on. I gotta get mine loaded up, which means
that would be nice. They're talking about Nigel right now.
Yes.
And Nigel's wrestling tonight. Yes.
Well, I guess I wonder how this is going to, if this is going to mess things up. I'm trying to stream and then I'm switching over to a VPN. We'll find out.
Dude, you just froze up. There you go. You're back.
Froze up for a second.
Yep.
Okay. Where are we at? I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for. Hey, everybody that might be in the chat. Good to see everyone. Or to be seen whenever we are seen. I am running through some technical difficulties.
It's pretty common for him.
Usually. Okay, so not there. So that means I need to go here.
And I'm playing video games while they're doing what they're doing.
You can do what you're doing.
Yep.
Did it look like
You know what I had to do? I know what I had to do. I had to pull up a live chat on my phone so I can actually see what people are saying for right now while you're doing that.
Preferences. Double or Nothing 2025.
I don't want to do that.
If I click on it, what's it doing?
I'm going to do this.
Manage account.
I should probably get glasses. I'm going to go back this way. All right.
Now, where's my buy-in?
On YouTube.
Or right there.
Christopher's in Tampa for NXT Battleground.
What?
But I will be in the chat giving my thoughts. Christopher, is that the same guy that was at WrestleMania and still talking to us?
Yes. I don't think Corey is actually Corey. Oh, you are true. How about now?
I was going to say, he looked a lot younger than Corey.
Yeah, that was Corey Wilson
Corey's
saying,
old.
I don't think Corey was actually Corey. No, because I had my thingamajigger on. I'm going to have to turn that volume way down.
The volume of what? The TV? Or the show? Or me?
My audio on Double or Nothing. Yeah, Christopher Strikeleather in Tampa, NXT Battleground. Give the chats my thoughts on and this, just my opinion, but a Double or Nothing that just doesn't interest me outside of Hangman and Ospreay. Fair enough. Bluegrass Fan 82, let's go. Let's go. Good to see you. Good to be here. Don't even know the match card. Who does Mox have? Mox is in the Anarchy in the Arena. So it's the Death Riders and the Young Bucks against a whole bunch of people.
So here's the question. The Young Bucks have been in every Anarchy in the Arena so far, correct?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think, and I don't think they've lost one yet, if I remember right. But I could be wrong. I usually am wrong.
I have no idea. What is your Double or Nothing countdown timer on currently?
1 minute, 10 seconds. Or no, 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 10 seconds right now.
Oh.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. What are you on?
1 hour, 10 minutes, and 20-some seconds.
Oh, I'm at 109, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. But that's the countdown. That's the buy-in.
Yep.
Now, here when it starts, I got to switch things over. So it might differ a little bit. Hey, Josh, while we're on here, I got something to talk about.
Hold on just a second.
Okay. It was wrestling related, too.
Yeah, well, you need to
No pun
Hold
intended.
your horses. I do not want closed captions on here. Okay, go back to... Let me hit some of the other chat.
Yeah, what do we got?
Sean Hayes, Rusty, Mox's Anarchy in the Arena. Yep. Thomas Ziegler. Yep. Rusty Brown. Some of those puppet quizzes are very comical. I am glad you are enjoying it. I'm not sure how much Dustin is enjoying his perpetual losing streak.
So, I was making the comment earlier that I could be wrong. If you don't think I'm wrong, just watch some of the quizzes and you will see how wrong I can be. I can really be wrong.
Very true.
Like, quite often. But hey, somebody thinks I should be president. I saw that.
Sean Hayes says, 2023, the BCC, the Blackpool Combat Club, beat the Elite in the Anarchy in the Arena.
That's right. Yep. Thank you for correcting me. See, I was wrong.
You have been proven incorrect. Okay, so you wanted to talk about something.
Yes. It's wrestling related, but it is non-AEW wrestling related.
Okay.
Can I just say how much I am thoroughly enjoying Saturday night's main events? They really bring back the old school, the 80s, 90s feel to watching Saturday night's main event, and I'm enjoying it so much. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah,
it's action. I mean, it's a lot more action, a lot less talking. Let's just, other than the play-by-play and color commentators and stuff like that, it is so much fun to watch.
Yeah. Yep, I would agree. Saturday night's main events are fun. Last night was fun. I marked out there for a little while. Hey, let's see if Chelsea Green gets a little bit of that Becky Lynch, the man rub from a broken nose.
Broken nose, yeah. I saw that. She posted on X. She ended up making some comments about it. She said she thought that the referee told her that she won. And she goes, what? And then the referee says, no, your nose is broke. She's like, it is? I love Chelsea Green. I mean, that is one of the hardest working female wrestlers today.
Yep. Agreed.
So good. So
Agreed.
good.
If I would have been thinking about it, I probably could have multi-streamed this over to Facebook, too. I might have to do that one of these days.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because I can simul or TriCast or do whatever. I mean, I could have sent it over to X as well. But pretty sure I can't add once I'm already going. Yeah, Sean Hayes had said, I looked it up myself. I wasn't certain. So the Anarchy in the Arena. Christopher Strikelow, Dustin deserves credit on some of his puppet guesses. They look more like the person he said than what they actually are.
Thank you, Chris. I agree. I should get like partial points.
No partial points. You get no partial points. Somebody made a comment about that today, yesterday, I don't know, one of these days. And they had mentioned
Claudio Cesaro thing.
Yeah. They had thought that you should get like a half a point because you got that. Somebody else said on an older one of our videos that if you only get like one of the guys but not the other guy, you should still get like a point for that. Which I think we did that on this last one where I gave extra points, if you got the individuals on it. Yeah, we're not going to do that a lot because, or maybe ever. That's a lot of work for a scorekeeper.
So to fix that, guys, what you need to do is you create the quizzes and you send them over so that way Josh has to participate as well. And then all of a sudden he can't complain. And you can put in the description before the quizzes start, you can say you get points for the names of the wrestlers as well as the tag team. And if you put it in your directions, somebody, not mentioning any names, but he's over there, has to abide by your directions because you created the quiz.
I will abide by them for the most part.
And Dustin might actually come close to winning.
It's, you know what? It's possible.
Doubtful, but possible.
Rusty Rowe, how up to speed are you guys on In Your House pay-per-views? I want to send in a quiz for you three. Not. Because I would guess the current In Your House, if I remember right, aren't they NXT stuff? Which, if that's the case, nothing. I remember In Your House used to be a pay-per-view back in, like, the 90s. That's
Right.
about all I can tell you. So, yeah, no idea. I will say that I don't know how many people are going to be checking this out, but we'll at least get it out there public in some format. Just because a quiz gets sent in does not mean the quiz will get recorded, although I think all of them that have been sent in so far, we've at least started the recording. But then if it's too difficult, like there was one of them, I can't remember which one.
Name?
There was one that came in. It was one that one of our members sent in. I think it was Clayton. He had sent it in, and it was
the word scramble one.
Yeah, it was a word scramble. And I don't know if it's this, looking at it on the computer, if it's just the way my brain was wired, or what's going on. That I didn't get John Cena for how long was that?
A long time. Corey and I got that one, but that was the only one we got.
Yeah, and that was like the very first one. The next one, I was like, yeah, no clue. So I think we recorded for like 4 minutes and then just ended it and sent Clayton a message and said, hey, sorry, bud, ain't gonna happen. Like, that's just...
We not that smart.
Yeah, and then some of those quizzes we've had that have come through where we've done them, but there's been something that's messed up. If it's a decent mess up, like that is somewhat passable in the edit that we can get across, then yeah, we'll go ahead and upload that and just deal with it. If not, it'll be like, I think we've got one coming up here probably this week that'll be dropping for members only, because it was one of those quizzes that we recorded the whole thing, but it was like, it was too easy. And so it was like, it became so easy that it just, I mean, how fun was it? So that'll probably be something that we won't put out other than just members only stuff. By the way, members only Inner Circle members get access to the videos, early access to some of the videos that are uploaded, as well as members only videos. If you do honorary OOS, those aren't the perks that come with it. So keep that in mind.
And just so you all know, some of you Dustin fans out there, and people that have been giving me some props and credits. Josh is a cheater. So I think what he's doing is he's only posting all the ones that I don't win on YouTube, and all the ones that I do win, he just keeps in the members only thing. So if you want to see me win, you might have to turn around and be a member only, and he might actually. No, you don't do that?
Nope, not close.
I'm just not winning?
You're just not winning.
Sounded good.
It was a nice try. Penta versus Chelsea again, Rusty Rowe. I like that idea.
Yes. That would be awesome.
I think we mentioned this at some point in time or another, but I would like to see, especially with how we'll use a term that used to be used against AEW. WWE has a bloated roster. They used to say that about AEW. WWE has a bloated roster. And because they've got so many like men, women that could fit in intergender tags, I would like to see that.
Yep.
So that would be cool. Sean Hayes saying, well, looks like I got a job to do.
Thank you, Sean.
Christopher Strickler, they are doing Chad Gable versus El Hijo del Vikingo at Worlds Collide. That is going to be a banger.
Wow.
That one might actually get me to watch it. Maybe. It's in the middle of the day, so probably not, but maybe. All right. Who have we got? We got a match coming up?
Kind of looks like
I was asking Corey for his...
which Corey? Brother Corey?
Rapungi. Vice. Corey's... I was trying to get Corey to give us his predictions.
He gave them.
Yeah, he gave them, but they added one more just a little while ago.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm live because I'm not paying attention to the Instagram thingies right now. The chatty.
I'm going to see if I can find...
Yep. Here comes the match.
Is this Roppongi Vice and crew?
I don't know. I can't say I remember who Roppongi Vice is. Oh, yes, I do. I know who that is. That's.
Wait, I thought I just downloaded that. Where's it?
That's what's her name? Oh, this is the tag match with the Glamazon wannabe and no, I'm sorry, she's not. Megan Bane's actually pretty good.
Okay, it's that one.
Yeah, it's Megan Bane and
good because they have another one.
Wait a minute, Roppongi Vice. That's the tag team, right?
Yeah, Roppongi Vice is Trent Beretta and
what's his name? One of the most underrated.
He's like the booker for New Japan.
Right.
Why am I missing his name? Somebody help us out.
Has
here.
the patch? Has the patch over the eye?
Yeah.
But he doesn't wrestle with it. But wait a minute. But one's
Rocky
a baby,
Romero.
one's a heel, though. Rocky Romero. There you go.
Yeah. So it's Rocky Romero, Trent Beretta, Leo Rush, and Action Andretti against Bandito, AR Fox, and Los Titanes de Aire, the hologram and commander.
Oh. Okay. All right. So who's your pick? Who's your pick between these guys?
Oh, yeah. Make sure, hey, if y'all are watching or keeping track of this, right now we're up with Anna Jay and Harley Cameron going up against, who have we got? Megan Bane and Penelope Ford.
Yeah.
So,
ooh,
ladies tag match.
Feel the wrath. Why? No, just okay. Twinsies.
You know, I'm actually. Oh man, this is hard because I would go with Megan Bane, but I would go with Harley Cameron.
Right. Very quick. It's getting ready to start. I'm going with. Let's go with Anna and Cameron.
Yeah. So am I.
Copycat. Feel the wrath. Collar elbow tie up. Back and Megan Bane backs up Cameron into the corner. Ooh, attitude from Harley Cameron. Another collar elbow tie up.
Are you giving play-by-play?
Sometimes I think I can do better than some of these guys. But I don't know. Excalibur's awesome. And I like Taz better when he was doing color, since he's been doing color in AEW than when he was in WWE doing it. I think he's improved considerably. And Tony Schiavone. Tony Schiavone's Tony Schiavone. I mean, you can't go wrong with Tony.
Ooh, hey. I think I got to get up here. I'm missing a whole bunch of comments in here.
All right, what do we got? Sorry, I got to adjust, folks.
Christopher Strike Leather. First In Your House was May 95. Last one was February 98. But haven't they done some In Your House in NXT?
I thought they had.
I was thinking they were doing some. Sean Hayes said, doing something on Google Slides is fine for a quiz, correct? Yes, that is correct. Especially because on Google Slides, you can just download it into like PowerPoint. I've got a Mac, so I open it up in Keynote and run it that way. But even if it's online, if it's just an online link, I'll grab it, either hit presentation or just download. So, yeah, Google Slides works correct. Bluegrass Fan 82, hey, what's up? Found your channel recently and love the content. Awesome.
What's up, Bluegrass?
Rusty Rowe, for instance, who was the curtain jerker for In Your House Buried Alive?
It's a handmade stink face.
It
That's funny. That's funny.
Although Anna Jay looked like she was enjoying that too much, laying there, kicking her feet and smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was the curtain jerker? Austin versus Triple H, Savio Vega versus Mark Mero. C, Mankind versus Vader. Yeah, if it's a multiple choice, that might be a little bit easier and more entertaining for us because we can start to use some context to figure it out. But yeah, if it's just blank like wrestling Jeopardy type fill in the blank, that's going to be difficult.
Like if you turn around and say, okay, at In Your House, 1996, who was the main event? Was it Seth Rollins in this? Well, yeah, we can kind of deduce that no, Seth Rollins in 96 was not wrestling.
Ooh. I didn't like that in Seguri. I am still wondering. You remember back when I was wrestling and you were wrestling?
I remember that.
You should remember my step up in Seguri to the face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why don't more people do that?
It was great.
It was an easy bump.
Do you remember when I did I got the step up in Seguri from Matty Starr in that little impromptu match? He kicked me so hard in the back of the head, me being bald-headed, guys, left his lace prints in the back of my melon. I saw stars on that one.
Yeah.
Megan Bayne is just a beast.
Megan Bayne is so good. That's why this one was kind of hard for me because, I mean, they've given Harley Cameron a little bit of a push, even though it's a comedy push. But Megan Bayne, yeah, she's just...
You know, so I watched a little bit of SmackDown on Friday night. I haven't finished it all yet, but, you know, I've kind of been a little busy. Mm-hmm. Had some issues over the weekend. But just watching this right now, I just really want to see Megan Bayne and Charlotte Flair go at it just so somebody can put Charlotte in her place. Because Charlotte acts like she's, you know...
No selling.
Big and tough, no selling. Megan Bayne would make her sell. I don't care who you are.
Yep. Okay. Bluegrass and I think the buy-in is soon. Flag with a question mark. If you're on a budget, is Double or Nothing worth the buy? You know what? I think that all AEW pay-per-views are worth a buy. That being said, if you're going to do this, you could look on Reddit. They can give you a path to use a VPN to cut the cost from something down. What are you plugging your ears?
I don't hear this stuff.
You don't hear this stuff. There is a way to cut your cost in half. So
if you have a VPN.
If you've got a VPN. If you can do that.
Ouch.
I don't know. Yeah, that's...
And here's my take on AEW pay-per-views. There have been some in the past that I'm sitting here looking at the card and I'm thinking to myself, there's only like one match out of this whole thing I'm interested, or two matches. And then at the last minute, I'm like, you know what? Fine, I'll go ahead and get it. And I watch it. It's been some of the best.
Those are some of the best ones.
Oh my gosh! There's some sleeper matches that just kind of make you go, "What in the world?" And see, here's my problem with AEW. I do have a problem, believe it or not. I have a problem with AEW. And my problem with AEW is the fact that some of the matches they put on Collision or mostly Dynamite, those are paid-per-view quality matches. And I appreciate the fact that they give them to us for free, but why? Why? I mean,
right?
It just, I just don't get it sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Christopher is saying for Flag, in his opinion, no, it's not worth the buy. Sean Hayes says, and this may be an accurate one, depends on if you like AEW in-ring product or not. If you like the in-ring wrestling that AEW puts out, it's worth a buy. If you don't, or it's like, meh, then yeah, probably not. If you're big into story-driven stuff, it may not be worth the buy for you. So that's kind of the take that I've got on it. Sean Hayes says, I tend to find so far only 2 pay-per-views have not been worth it. And that could
Which
be...
ones?
I don't... There's only a couple that I think I haven't bought, and... Well...
That was early on for me.
There's only a couple that I haven't bought at any point in time. There were a couple early on that I didn't buy initially, and then I heard the reviews, and I would see some highlights, and it was like, okay. So I went in and I bought it after the fact.
The really, really, really violent one from last year, where I think it was Hangman and Swerve Strickland and the needle thing.
Yeah.
I didn't buy that one. I was going to until we had a conversation about it, and Josh starts telling me, well, can I give you some spoilers? And I said, sure. And he gave me some some things that happened. I'm like, nope, I'm good.
Oh, but it was so worth it.
I know, but I'm good.
Yeah.
I got to draw the line somewhere.
Do you? Is there a gimmick?
I do.
Is there gimmick Greek goddesses? Oh, these two? It looks like it.
Yeah. Penelope Ford, I don't know why she's changing her. Oh, that was... They almost felt the wrath right there.
I'm not sure. Sean's saying Chris isn't worth listening to, as he's clearly a WWE over AEW person. Right now he's at the NXT show tonight. He does have a bias with this, but Christopher's a real one. He was at Vegas, at WrestleMania. A double
Did
German.
You see what? That's exactly what my jaw dropped on that one.
A double German. No, he was at WrestleMania and in the chat. So,
yeah.
Hey, yes.
He knows. Chris
Rocky
knows
Romero.
where his priorities are. His priorities are watching us live stream, no matter where you're at. I don't care if you spend however much money at WrestleMania.
Even if we are watching something that he's not. So.
He still sees what we have to say.
Yeah, Christopher filling in. He knows his stuff. Roppongi Vice, he came in quick with Rocky Romero on there. Frat House Jersey, Rocky Romero. Flag saying, I watched AEW when AEW started and then fell off when CM Punk left. Yeah. Tony Storm and Swerve are the only 2 I pay attention to. Those 2 are the only ones WWE dropped the ball on. Well, I mean, hey, WWE dropped the ball on Cody because without him, we wouldn't have AEW.
And WWE has, and in my opinion, appears to continue to drop the ball on Karrion Kross. That's my opinion.
They need to do something there.
They need to push him bigger than life right now. Yeah, there's that double German. Instant replay.
That's crazy.
I'm surprised neither one of them landed on her head when she did it, too. That was impressive. I love that. I love that. She puts Megan Bain puts Penelope Ford, her tag partner, on her shoulders, and then launches her to the outside on top of her opponents. I think that is great.
Sean was predicting that Megan and Penelope win, but Ty returns to reunite Ty J post-match.
Ooh. Okay.
Christopher saying, I live here in Tampa. That's why I'm at Battleground. If Double or Nothing was in Tampa, I'd be at Double or Nothing. Not biased towards anything. Yeah, he definitely feels like, in what little we've known about Christopher down in the comments and chatting along with these, true wrestling fan. And just, if you got, there's certain things, take and leave. We like things about both companies. We dislike things about both companies.
Mm-hmm. I do have a question for Chris.
I wish we didn't have. There are times I wish we didn't have as much wrestling, so I could actually watch it all.
It's a lot.
Because I barely get WWE and AEW all watched on any given week, and that's a rare thing to happen. Then
stole the ring on her.
Well, and landed on her a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Hey, Chris, I do have a question. I don't want to take you away from the NXT show or anything, but correct me if I'm wrong. The NXT shows on Tuesday nights, those are actually the tickets are free, right? They handpick them and they give them to you for free to come in. And if that's the case, do they do that for what they consider a pay-per-view as well, or a PLE, or how's that work? Or do they actually charge for the PLEs with NXT? So that's my question for you. Let me know.
Christopher saying Megan Bain went from wrestling Tony Storm to now wrestling on the pre-show.
There it is. There it is.
She got it.
Harley Cameron pins Penelope Ford.
Harley Cameron and Anna Jay. I like that pin Penelope Ford with Megan Bain on the outside too.
And Megan Bain's not happy about it either. So is this where Megan Bain turns on Penelope?
Could be.
She did not look happy at all.
Yeah, Chris, I would say...
nice. She ate it too.
I'd say for sure. There are sometimes I don't like how you get somebody like a Megan Bain that is in there in a title picture, and then all of a sudden, where are they at? And they just kind of get dropped off into... That's something I wish there was a little bit more consistency. It seems like some of their storylines have been getting a little better. I know Tony Khan was interviewed recently, and he had said something about there are fewer people dealing with the overall booking, which makes me think that maybe he's got a little bit more hands-on, good or bad for whatever it is. At least there should be some more consistency. I agree with Double or Nothing. Let's see, I agree with this. Oh, the two pay-per-views that felt lackluster. He says, I agree with this, but Double or Nothing outside of Ospreay and Hangman just doesn't have any that holds my interest. I don't completely disagree with that. I mean, Tony Storm, Mina Shirakawa, yes, I definitely want to see that. That one's a good one. The Anarchy in the Arena, I don't know. Ricochet and Mark Briscoe, that one's got
a stretcher match. That's a stretcher
one,
match too.
Yeah, that one I'm for. And honestly, I don't mind watching Mercedes versus Jamie Hayter either. But I'm one of the odd ones here that I actually like watching Mercedes.
So is this the first, here's a question, and I think it is this the first Anarchy in the Arena where they actually have female participants involved as well?
I think so.
That makes it a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
Because they get pretty violent usually. Yeah, there's your stretcher match, Briscoe and Ricochet.
Brett House Jersey saying, could you do a reaction tag team Muppets who change partners but keep the tag name? Oh, so kind of make the tag Muppets who have changed partners but kept tag names. We've done it. I mean, we've had some of those tag teams in there. Not really in that thing, but that could be a good swerve for these guys.
So like Midnight Express? Where
I'm thinking Midnight Express, Freebirds.
Horsemen.
Things like that. Horsemen. Although, see, the Horsemen, and here's where I was thinking about this. The Horsemen as a faction, when they did tag team, they never wrestled under the faction's name. It was always
representing.
Yeah. They may say representing, but they didn't come out as, versus
Correct.
Like, even going back to Edge and Christian, when they were part of the Brood, they came out as the Brood. Edge and Gangrel came out as the Brood. So it was like the three of them were the Brood, but if two came out just for a match, it was still the Brood.
Right.
So that'd be kind of interesting. Chris saying, yes, NXT has done some in-your-house PLEs, but I was talking about the ones that were on pay-per-view before the 90s. Yep. There have been many a pay-per-view where the build was lackluster with AEW. Never let that be enough. Okay, so, yeah, Sean's basically saying what you said, Dustin, there, where sometimes their build
right.
is like, why? And the matches just do a good job.
Yep.
So, yeah, he says, to me, it depends on if you want to see great matches. Absolutely, it's worth the buy. If you're looking for a story, a lot of these matches on the pay-per-views don't follow up. Yep. That's maybe the most fair criticism, and I think we've said it several times that when it comes to stories and story-driven wrestling, WWE is leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in the game.
Hands down.
Whereas if you're looking for in-ring wrestling, that's where AEW is leaps and bounds above. And I know people can sit there and say, hey, Meltzer's 5-star ratings mean nothing. It's funny that the people that really complain about the Meltzer 5-star ratings are typically the people that have never had any Meltzer 5 stars. So
Ospreay never complains.
But you look at it, and hey, WWE has had some 5-star matches, and when I look at those, most of them were in NXT, and the Black and Gold era, which makes sense. But yeah, to me, the whole thing about, I think the reason is why that there's a difference between the in-ring product versus the story-driven. In WWE, it is everything has to go through the back. Everything. Your in-ring has to go through the back. Everything has to be approved. In AEW, it's a lot of let the guys figure it out. And when it comes to an in-ring product, the people that have been wrestling for 10, 20 years, they should know better than a producer in the back that may have wrestled 10 or 20 years but hasn't actually been in the ring for 10 or 20 years. And it's like, just let them figure it out in the ring. The problem is the storyline, there's just not that cohesion that needs to be to sell it. But Thomas Gardner saying, I finally made it to a watch-along. Tom, good to see you.
What's
I said
up, bud?
Thomas instead of Tom. For Ospreay, Rusty Rose saying, to diss the WWE roster, say that he's better than all of them, not cool. Agreed.
I agree, yeah.
They have worked hard to get where they are, as he did, yeah. I agree. That was a hot take and out of pocket. Is there some validity to Ospreay saying that he is better than them? Sure. If you like the style that he does, there's nobody better than him. Not everybody likes that style.
Right.
So it's hard to say that you're better like that. The explosion ring was lame. Agreed. I don't remember when that was, where it was, John Moxley and Kenny Omega went in to like save him or something and laid on top of him when the ring exploded, and it was the sparklers going off and...
Yeah, and it fizzled.
It's like, that was bad. That was very
a little
bad.
premature on it. Yeah.
Tom saying AEW pay-per-views are too expensive for the product they put out lately. Most of the recent ones are not worth the buy. Hey, I still come from the era of watching every single pay-per-view in the 90s, and when those we were getting 2 to 3 a month, and they were $50 or $60 a pop, and you didn't have a choice. Like, if you wanted to watch it, that's what you were doing, or you were going to something like a Hooters to try to watch them when they finally started doing that. So,
but then there was times also, Josh, that we would all get together and everybody pitch in $5, and next thing you know, you got a house full of people and everybody's watching wrestling. And
yep.
I remember the WrestleMania with Shawn Michaels and Undertaker, the first one. We're all over at Corey's place, and everybody was there, and it was great.
Yeah.
Just the atmosphere of all these wrestling fans and everybody's watching, and when big things happen, it's like being at an event where everybody just erupts with explosion and excitement. But with everybody pitching in $5 here, $5 there, next thing you know, you get 10 people. You just paid for a pay-per-view.
Yeah. Or how about going to 2002, 2003 when NWA TNA was starting up and they had their weekly Wednesday night pay-per-views for $10 a piece. Mm-hmm. And it was like, okay, so I'm still spending $40 or $50 a month on them.
Yep.
But yeah, back in the mid-late 90s when you had ECW was running like every other month, and then you had WWE and ECW that were running every 3 to 4 weeks, and it was like you'd get 1 month or 1 week a month off. That was about it. I try and find the bootleg streams. I will not let anybody know that, even though I already put it up on the screen. Did you think of any of the WWE releases show up. I would love to see Dakota Kai. I'd love to see Dakota Kai. I think it's too soon for any of them to show up, though. I would anticipate All in Texas, maybe seeing Dakota Kai show up there, possibly. She would be one that would show up. I think tonight, as far as showing up, what is it, Telka from Stardom? They've been teasing her in the last couple weeks when you see the spider going across the screen. She could be in there. From the stuff I've watched from Stardom and everything, I would put her kind of on Mina Shirakawa level. I think she's better than who was it that? Why can I not even think of her name? Had that big feud with Toni Storm. Was tag partners. Mariah May, yeah. I think Telka's actually better.
Than Mariah May?
Yeah, I think I like Telka's in-ring work better. She's got a Bobby Lashley style spear. And it's good.
Nice.
It's good. She's fun to watch. I watched some of the kind of catching up, watching some of the old matches there, because it was Mariah May and Mina Shirakawa as a tag team there in Stardom, but you also had Telka and Julia that were a tag team. So
Julia's so good.
There was some good stuff there. Good. Yep. Ty Mello, Anna Jay, Harley Cameron would be a great comedic stable. Yes. Christopher Strickler, they're saying, I could see Cedric Alexander show up. I can see Cedric showing up. I'm just thinking, I actually expected to see him show up before MJF signed. Like, I thought he was going to stop it, but that didn't.
Yeah, I thought Bobby Lashley was getting ready to sign, and then all of a sudden I thought he was going to stop and just do a thumbs down, and then out comes Cedric. That would have been cool.
Bluegrass, don't you guys ever watch TNA? Rarely. Very rarely. I was doing the $1 a month that TNA had on their YouTube channel there for a while before they resold or rebought out or whatever they did, because you could get a membership for $1 a month and then watch the event, watch their weekly program 30 minutes late. So I was doing that for a while, but then they stopped that. So no. Just I don't have time. It's on a channel that doesn't come on any of my streaming services, not on YouTube TV. So too many hoops to jump through for me to watch TNA.
Yep. And don't get us wrong, we love Joe Henry.
Love Joe Hendry. Love Moose.
Love that one.
Love Moose. Moose is so good. And their women's champion. Why do I always forget her name?
You should. Is that the one that she was just up in Des Moines not too long ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she wrestles quite a bit for Wrestling Revolver. Yep. I've just got an M stuck in my mind and I can't. I'm staring at Mina Shirakawa rolling across the screen. But yes.
What was her name? Masha Slamovich.
Masha Slamovich. There we go.
Slamovich, yeah.
It's hard to watch modern wrestling when you know the wrestling business. There was a moment that it was hard. Tom, if I remember right, he used to wrestle quite a bit there on the East Coast as well. So there was a time it was difficult to watch it. And I think it's kind of like you hear, some actors that'll even talk about it's hard to watch things when you know how it's all made. Like when you know how the sausage is made, it's hard to eat the sausage. I just sat there and I'm like, nope, I'm not going to let it spoil it. I'm going to go back. I'm just going to enjoy it. If anything, I've got more appreciation and I have even more fun watching it because I know how much work goes into it on all those levels, from refereeing, from security, from ring crew, from wrestling, from promoting, from just booking, like all of it. Yeah. Christopher's got your answer, Dustin. He says,
Okay.
the tickets at the Performance Center are usually for friends and family, but for the next PLE or NXT PLEs, they are just like the main roster PLEs.
Okay. Cool.
That makes sense. Kevin Guzman, hey guys, Spaceboy here. Nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet you as well.
What's up, bud?
Which he does say, what are you looking forward to? What are we looking forward to? Quite frankly, this one, Ospreay and Hangman Page is probably at the top of the list. And I will say up until this last Dynamite, even this match I was like, I could take it or leave it. I watched Dynamite. That may be the best promo that AEW has had, period. Like, take it back however far you want to. That one promo, hadn't really focused too much on it, hadn't heard a lot about the build. I hear Ospreay, I hear Page in the ring, and that promo sold. Take my money right now. I don't care how much it cost. It was so good.
And here's my thing. Here's my take on promos, and I agree with you. That was a great promo. I'm at the point now that I'm more wrestling rather than talking. That's what I personally like. So for me to sit here and watch a promo from beginning to end, that's a good promo. If I'm not like, okay, you lost me, I'm going to skip through it and just get to the next match, then it's a mediocre to bad promo. But if I'm watching like the one on Dynamite, like you were talking about, it was from beginning, they hit the ring, I give it a little bit, next thing I know, the promo's over with. And I'm like, I just watched, 15 minutes? 20 minutes of it? And it was great. They did a good job.
Yep. Yeah, completely agree. I am trying to get back in here because I want to see if this is legit.
No.
And this is legit. Can you see your screen here, Dustin?
I'm looking at a screen.
AEW just commented on the stream. Enjoy the show tonight, everyone. And yes, that was AEW's YouTube channel. I just double-checked it to make sure. So yes, that was...
Thanks, guys.
That was them, yeah.
If you want to pay for some of our pay-per-views, AEW, I will be happy. I will be more than happy to turn around and say thank you very much. Shout out to AEW. WWE hasn't done it yet. Shout out to AEW if you want to.
You know what?
So,
and I'll be the nice brother here. If AEW would just like to speed up the ball and get it available on Max so it's cheaper for everybody.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I'm really kind of thinking what they're going to do is they're probably going to make it available on Max as a standalone, buy it itself, or a discount. I can see them probably doing it at that $20-$25 rate with a subscription, which if that's the case, I'm good with it.
Sure.
If they went to 30, that might be a hard pill to swallow. If they went down to 20 or even 10, every single one, you've got my money.
I would buy a year in advance if they went down to 10. I'd be like, forget it, I'm done.
I could also see them doing something like they've done with Triller in the past where they have the bundle packages too. So they discount all of AEW's 2025 pay-per-views for, X amount. That would be nice.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so what are we looking forward to? Yeah, for me, Ospreay and Hangman, I think that's going to be amazing. I'm interested in the Hurt Business or the Hurt Syndicate. Just because I want to see what's going to happen with MJF in that match. I'm also really looking forward to Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa, because that's where I think Thelka makes her debut. So that one would be a good one. And the stretcher match with Mark Briscoe and Ricochet. Yes, please.
Briscoe has just, since Jay ended up passing away, Mark Briscoe has really come into his own as a singles competitor, and I've just been thoroughly impressed. Thoroughly impressed. He hangs with anybody. It doesn't matter whether it's Lance Archer, whether it's Brody King, or whether it's somebody smaller like Ricochet or whoever. He's able to work everybody, and he makes things believable, and it's great.
Yep.
I'm a Briscoe fan. Okay, here we go. Match number 2 for the buy-in.
Yes, and this one should wind up being Roppongi Vice and the Crew versus Bandito, AR Fox, and then those guys. Corey has not given us his, so we probably won't officially count this one.
Those are so stupid. The stupidest outfits I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Bandito, Fox, Hologram, and what's their faces. And yes, I fully am aware that means that there's like both face teams wind up winning in the buy-in.
And I'm going to go just the opposite. I'm going to go with these morons just because they have been it's almost like they're trying to push them a little bit on the show, on Collision, try to push them against the brothers and do that whole gimmick, and I can't see them, especially with Don Callis. I mean, it's a Don Callis. They're all part of that. So now the question is Don Callis going to come out and do color commentating? Because he always, all of his family, he's always at the table talking.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
I guess I didn't realize, and I don't know why it didn't dawn on me that the Roppongi Vice is with Don Callis' family.
Right.
But okay, let me scroll back through some of these really quick, see if we can get down. Ultimate 23 Dragon. Oh, hi. Good to see you. Gonna make a quiz. Sean Hayes says that I feel like Dustin might like, but quite possibly hate because it'll require for teams and stables to have their team name if they have one, kind of like how Josh does. I love it. Really, no singles matches. Everything's multi-person matches. During the pay-per-view, they've got singles matches because during the pay-per-view, you've got like the stretcher match. Between Mark Briscoe, Ricochet, you've got Kazuchika Okada versus Speedball Mike Bailey, Marina Shirakawa going against Tony Storm, Hangman Adam Page, Will Ospreay, and the TBS Mercedes Moné and Jamie Hayter.
Jamie Hayter. Yep.
So a few of them there, but yeah, on the buy-in, nope, everything is multi-person matches. That seems to kind of be the typical way they've done it in recent. So. NW630 Luke Ness Monster. Can you do wrestler managers or temp managers or chat for ChatGPT or the Muppets? Friday. I had to think about it. Friday. Managers and valets. Muppets. There's your exclusive. It's coming out on Friday. I think Friday.
Friday. I don't know.
Pull up the calendar and see what we've got. Record a bunch of them in advance and get them.
All right, so while he's looking at his calendar, you got Commander and Hologram and AR Fox. And who's the fourth of that one? AR Fox. Oh, yeah. The bowl. You mess with the bowl, you get the horn. Or no, that's Bandito. Okay.
I think it's Friday. I could be wrong. Because I just looked at my calendar and I know that that's wrong. I haven't updated it because it had last week's. Fraction and Stables will be okay. Yeah. WWE, AEW, NXT, TNA, NWJPW, any wrestling company that wants to be a sports entertainment company, they should all trade wrestlers instead of just being fired. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
The rising tide lifts all ships. Like, can you imagine if that had been the case, and even if the Lucha Brothers said, hey, I know our contract's up. We would really like to go try it out here. Can we see if they're interested in a trade? And then, all right, well, let them. And then you still are putting them on TV, and they're able to show up the next, like, that excitement that happens.
Next week.
Yes.
And the thing is, that would keep everybody on the edge of their seat thinking, okay, are we going to see any surprise appearances? Kind of like back when AEW actually brought in Sting at that pay-per-view. That was like the biggest shock value. And everybody was like, that alone got people tuning into AEW. And they're like, what? Sting's on AEW?
Right.
And everybody started watching it. Just the fact that you don't know would bring the excitement, and people would watch more wrestling just to see that.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great idea.
Yep. Christopher Strikeleather. Ospreay made the comment, AJ Styles should quit the WWE and join AEW so they can have a match. Man, he just can't help himself lately with all the WWE talking. You know, he's made it known that he does suffer from some ADHD. I think that is very evident in when he gets interviewed.
Yep.
And to me, some of these interviewers are kind of taking advantage of that. But hey, whatever. And I guess now with Triple H too, he doesn't hold grudges. He doesn't really care. He's not Vince McMahon. And I think Ospreay could talk all of the trash he wants about WWE. He could talk all the trash about Triple H directly. And yet, when he comes up, you best believe if his contract comes up, Triple H is going to do everything he can to sign him. Like,
absolutely.
There's money to be made. Why wouldn't I? And he won't do it like what Vince would have done, just to buy him to bury him.
These guys, I give them credit, and I'm sorry, Commander and Hologram right now. They are just so fluid. They are just, everything's clicking. And it makes a big difference when you got a veteran like Rocky Romero in there who's been wrestling, 20 plus years? He's been wrestling a long time. Maybe not quite that much, but Rocky Romero is a great in-ring performer. And him being able to, just the timing between Commander, between, Hologram, Rocky Romero, everything was just clicking on that last series.
Good. Corey did get in, and I think just before the bell, and he said he's going with the Luchadors. What did he say? The Luchadors, not Leo Rush.
That's just because he don't like Leo Rush.
He does not like Leo Rush.
I don't like Leo Rush either, but
David Mathis, hello from Hohenwald, Tennessee. Love the fact that Corey has to take off the headsets, and hopefully the next Muppets tag teams, hopefully Dustin will get it as long as the Steiner brothers aren't in it.
Thank you. That hurt, brother. That's
funny.
True,
you can watch AEW at Dave & Buster's.
Yes, I did see that.
I guess I do remember them doing that, but I don't know how much that. Well, I know back in the day, like if you went to, Hooters, you had to spend so much money.
Right.
Do they do something like that there? That's what I wonder.
I don't know. Here's my problem with Dave & Buster's. You ever been to a Dave & Buster's, Josh?
I have not. No.
Okay. Dave & Buster's is like a Chuck E. Cheese for adults.
Yes, please.
Oh yeah. They have games. They have, at least the one down here, they have different things like that to do. And it's just like, I don't know if I would go to Dave & Buster's to watch a pay-per-view.
Or just play the games.
Or play games and do stuff like that. I don't know. I'd be too busy.
Yep.
Just too many choices.
Why don't you all do the wrestlers' names scrambled up? Hey, we tried that. It would the first 4 minutes or 5 minutes that we recorded. It is the most boring 5 minutes because you get us sitting here like this.
Yeah. Yep. And you thought I was bad on the other quizzes? Oh, you put me on the word scramble, and I'm just like,
yeah.
What? There's no L in Christian Cage, and Josh is like, that's an I. Oh. Okay, my bad.
Yeah. It was. It was not.
It was not. It was not fun.
AG4VR, you're killing me, Smalls.
What'd I do?
I don't. You probably said that.
Oh. Yeah.
Rusty, a ricochet on the mic is painful. Oh.
He's a lot better in AEW than he ever was in WWE on the mic. I'd say that.
I feel offended for him. I like Ricochet on the mic because it's painful.
I like him on the mic more than I like Leo Rush on the stick there.
I like Ricochet on the mic because he's doing such a good job to get people to hate him that it's fun. He says it's also bad that Pat McAfee can do a better promo than him. Pat McAfee can do a better promo than 90% of the people in the wrestling business right now. The guy is a professional broadcaster, knows business, and knows how to sell things. So,
and he's got a successful podcast, interviewing. I mean, he's so good.
See, I wasn't scrolling fast enough. Christopher got us. Masha Slamovich. He knew exactly who it was. We are behind. Sean saying I'll be sending an email tomorrow with the Google Slides for you with a quiz that'll really test some knowledge. Give lots of points possibly, as well as depending on how smart someone is.
So do I get points for individuals' names if I can't think of the tag match? Maybe. Or tag name? Is that what that means?
Flag came back and says, I bought the show. I want to see Ospreay versus Hangman. Okay, so at the end of the night, Flag, let us know, was it worth the purchase?
Absolutely.
You're the perfect one to answer your own question. Freddie Vids, what's up, guys? Hey.
What's up?
Good to see you here. I recognize the profile from some of the comments in the last couple videos, so.
I don't know how much sign language y'all know, but I'm going to teach you a little bit right now. Take your middle fingers, put them on your chest, and go, what's up?
What's up? Is it a cheap pop when the company mentions the other company during a segment? I think they should steer away from that. I actually appreciate it. I think steering well, okay, let me put it this way. If it's just taking a shot, it's a cheap shot. If it's like, what did I just hear?
I don't know, but you just missed a heck of a clothesline from Trent on AR Fox, man. On the outside, he just creamed him. That was great.
Last night on Saturday night's main event, Michael Cole, by name, Edge. He made mention of in the Drew McIntyre with the concerto. And he talked about it. If they make mention of it in that regard, under a Vince McMahon regime, you couldn't even do that. Like, no, they're not here. You're not going to say anything. Which to me, by not mentioning it in that scenario, it insults our intelligence and our knowledge of wrestling.
Agreed.
So, just calling them out for the sake of calling them out. Cheap shot doesn't need to be done. I think you do much better getting yourself over by building someone up rather than tearing people down.
But I also do think, I don't know how long ago it was, a few weeks ago, maybe even a couple months ago, WWE slipped up. I think it was it Seth Rollins or I don't know, somebody slipped up and they called John Moxley instead of Dean Ambrose on a WWE televised.
That was Seth, yeah.
And it was Seth. And I like that because it shows enough respect to let us know, hey, I know you're over there. I know you're doing that, but you're Moxley. You're John Moxley. You were John Moxley before Dean Ambrose was ever around. And you're going to be John Moxley after, you're done wrestling. And, it was still a respect thing there, I thought. Yeah. And I like that. I didn't have a problem with that.
I like that. Make mention of it. Little things like that are kind of cool. Especially because the wrestlers don't actually have issue with each other. Those that really know them. That's why sometimes it seems... when I hear Will Ospreay do that, like, it makes me think that he's almost doing it for, a reason, trying to get people to talk about him. Because most wrestlers in the business don't do that. They don't bury other companies. They don't insult anybody. They're just like, hey, we're all here. We're all making money. We're all doing great. That's what we want. We want people to succeed. So when I hear Ospreay do that, I'm like, is this guy just trying to stir up controversy just to get people talking about him? And if you look back on it, he typically does it like right before a big pay-per-view. And that's when his name's in it, which makes me think it's maybe possibly a little strategic. I don't know, but
it is. It's that whole logic that there's no such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah.
I mean, you get your name out there, you get it in the news articles, the WrestleMania, the Ango, whatever it is. You got people out there making comments about it. So,
right. Yep.
Christopher
saying, I hope Hangman wins, but Ospreay will probably win, and we get Mox versus Ospreay and Swerve versus Hangman. Swerve and Hangman versus the Bucks at All in Texas. That would be all right. Swerve and Hangman. Okay.
I don't think the Bucks would be willing to bleed that much. Nice.
That was good. That was good. I like that.
I mean, we're talking, and don't get me wrong, guys. I love listening to your comments and interacting with you guys. I think that's great. But there's surprisingly a really good 8-man tag match going on right now.
See, this is one of those things that on paper I was like, meh. And
that was nice recovery. There you go. There you go. He recovered that little blunder, and that's a good thing.
I don't know if it was necessarily a blunder per se. I think he was trying to do that. It was just a slightly wonky.
He was just a little too close to the turnbuckle when he hit his legs. There wasn't a whole lot of bounce to it.
I don't even know what that was.
I think it was
supposed to be a spinning crossbody.
Yeah, I thought it was, like Tony said, I thought it was an attempt at a Spanish fly.
Oh.
That was ugly.
Yeah, Freddie was saying, I'm so tired of Hanger. I was getting really tired of him. The promo on Wednesday, Hangman. The promo on Wednesday brought me back around. That showed more personality from him than I have seen in a long time.
Yep. Action, Andretti's bleeding. Broke his nose or popped his nose. What is this? You got Bandito, you got Commander, you got nice. Wow. So for those of you that might not be watching this, you had Bandito standing on the post. He does a moonsault outside the ring. You had Commander on the inside turnbuckle do a moonsault inside the ring. Then you had AR Fox and who was the other? Hologram. Both do a diving one out, all in the same corner. 450
stars.
Shooting star by Bandito.
And shooting star by
Hologram.
No,
Commander.
Commander and Bandito both did shooting stars. AR Fox and Hologram did 450s.
Andretti's bleeding from the nose, though.
He is.
He took a shot. He took a shot in the nose. There you go. 2 babies on the buy-in. You're keeping score, right?
I am. Corey and I have 2. You have 1.
1-1. All right.
Christopher saying, from what I heard, it was going to be discounted prices whenever they get them on Max. That would be good. Sean said, as someone who pays for Max as my way to watch AEW, I would 100% buy all of them for 20 or less. Agreed. Same thing. Chris saying, stretcher match is a low-key tribute to Sabu because Tony Khan was at the 2300 arena when RVD and Sabu had their stretcher match. Good call.
Okay.
Good call. I forgot about that. Dakota Kai WWE name was never bought, which means she carried it. She can carry it to AEW or TNA or be booked by that name July 31st.
Time out real quick. Josh, carry on. I got to go in the other room.
Sounds good. Let's see. Dustin, Sting didn't show up on pay-per-view. He showed up. First Winter is Coming TV special. Yeah, that's right. That's right. NW360 Luke Ness Monster. No matter what day, I will be waiting to watch. Love the show. You guys rock. Appreciate that. Yeah, I can't remember what day it is. We've got, for y'all that are here, you're going to get this. For anybody that watches the replay might get this. Nobody else will get the replay of this, but you saw the last one that we just recorded. Dustin came up from South Carolina here to Iowa. Corey came down. We all gathered here, and we recorded 4. So that will be the next 4. I just don't remember what order we recorded them in and how they're releasing and everything. So I know we've got Monday, Wednesday, Friday of this week. There will be those. So it'll be one of those days, but I'm pretty sure it was either a Monday or a Friday. I think Wednesday we are doing Wrestling Jeopardy, and it is Money in the Bank Wrestling Jeopardy. So I'm pretty sure that's the one for Wednesday. The others are 2010s tag teams, I believe, and managers / valets. So there's your little preview of what's going on. Ospreay 100% winning tonight. Hangman needs the loss and more character development to work alongside his redemption arc to be better person, get the title again. Fair enough. That's a good one. Yeah, AG, too many distractions at Dave & Buster's. I could see that for sure. Sean, quick question. If Ospreay does win, who does he recruit to help with the Death Riders and the Bucks? Ooh. I have an idea to that. My thought is, what if the Good Brothers show back up? I mean, Ospreay obviously wants to get AJ to come to AEW. Just saying. I don't think that'll happen, but I would like it if it did. I wish Angelico would wrestle more. He is great. Agreed. Angelico is fantastic. Yeah. Ever since I saw the Wrestler Challenge episodes, I subscribed right away. Love that. Yes. Love that you did that. They're fun. They're fun. We were talking about those for a while, and it was like, hey, let's just try this and see. And, yeah. So happy that not only are we enjoying it, but y'all are enjoying those as well. And we are almost on time, so I think I can close that out and get this. Yeah, it shows me 1 minute and 52 seconds, something like that. Love to see 2000s Muppets TNA quiz. We've had a few of them, so like not specifically TNA quiz. I found, pulling back the curtain a little bit, I found doing non-WWE only quizzes don't gain as much traction. They don't. So, and it's more fun when I throw in some random TNA stuff for Dustin and Corey to try to guess, because sometimes they're just not prepared for them. So those are always fun. But yeah, to be able to toss it around a little bit, put a little TNA here, like the last one we did where there was some Ring of Honor and some Shikara stuff. It's fun to do a little bit of that in there as well. Okay. Don't know if it'll help Ospreay hang in more redemption arc. Yeah. Could see Danielson returning possibly to help him. Saying Ospreay.
That would be fun.
Christopher Strike Leather had mentioned if Ospreay wins, who do we see teaming up with him to help battle off like Death Riders, Young Bucks, things? I said, just throwing this out there, but what if the Good Brothers show up?
That would be awesome.
I mean, he really wants to get AJ over. Like,
that would help. That would help.
Okay. Yeah, Red Wing was saying if they have history with the company and it's not tearing that wrestler down, it's fine with me as far as the shout-outs and stuff. I agree. Yeah, I think it's good to give them a little bit of nod as well. Sean Hayes saying, Dustin, no, you will have to have the team stable name if there is one for my quiz. There will be multiple answers for a lot of the rounds, hence why it'll have many points. Enforced time limit also. That's not going to happen. I know these guys. I want to see the FTR match. That will be good. Yeah. And see who's going to show up. Make it where after you say X amount of time per round, forced to show the answers. This way, no rounds drag too long, and yeah, checks full knowledge one might have.
Okay.
Happy birthday to the tribal chief Roman Reigns. Also, happy birthday to my son.
Happy birthday, Logan.
He's in the other room somewhere.
Just for the record, I am one of the first ones to say if I have no idea, I just show you a blank tablet. So,
yeah, now.
You know what? Stop complaining. All right. First match of the pay-per-view. I don't know where you're at on the pay-per-view. Oh, CEO.
CEO. I'll tell you when I see Mercedes. Right now.
I see her. Yep. Okay, we're almost identical then.
Yeah, my prediction. Ooh.
You're not going to like my prediction. Okay, so while you're thinking, here's my prediction. My prediction is I really, 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 really am not a huge Jamie Hayter fan. However,
but
I think right now they are going to put Mercedes on a little bit of a losing streak. She already lost that one belt over in Japan, and I think she's going to lose this one, and then she's going to play that whole gimmick thing for a little while. That she's more on a losing streak because she's been on a winning streak for the last, year and a half?
Yeah, so I'm going to say Jamie Hayter wins this. Corey said Mercedes Moné wins this.
I say Jamie.
And I think for a different reason. I think Mercedes loses this one because after Toni Storm wins and retains, then we have Mercedes trying to go at the Women's World Championship.
I can see that. Yeah.
So.
And sorry, folks, I'm eating pepperoni.
Eat away. Want to hear a sick joke? What does George the Animal steal? And that is a sick joke. I'm not. Yeah, that was. I should have read that ahead of time.
Yeah, you should have. I didn't even see it fast enough.
No.
You want to hear my joke of the day?
I'm going to learn one of these days to read these beforehand. That was Rusty.
Be nice.
Shame. He could recruit the Dark Order once they heal, as Red Wings 1492 saying. They have their issues with the Death Riders too. There you go. Christopher saying, I see Darby and maybe Bryan Danielson to help out against the Death Riders.
Is Darby down from the mountain yet?
I don't know.
Because he went climbing Mount Everest. Or whatever.
Possibly lots of wrestling managers to choose from. Going to be an interesting episode. There are a lot. Because I combined managers and valets and every era, every promotion. Didn't care. Just throw them all in there. And this is just part one of those. I think I've got enough stuff for 3. Red Wing 1492. Loving the Muppet quizzes. Awesome. Frat House Jersey. Happy birthday, Logan. Christopher Strikeleather. Even though my head is saying Mercedes Moné, my heart is going to say Jamie Hayter wins with the help of Athena. There
So
we go.
who are you picking then? Is he picking Hayter?
He's going with his heart. His head says
Okay.
Mercedes. His heart says Jamie Hayter.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
And Flag saying Sasha Banks' gimmick looks nice. Yes.
It does. It does.
That almost looks like a nod to Natty.
I was thinking the exact same thing with the gold, but it's almost kind of a cross between Natty and almost like a cross between Natty and Rhea Ripley, though, with all the studded black.
The studded black a little bit, but yeah, it looks like Natalya to me, especially with like the sides going all the way up. And
yep.
Hey, I think I finally caught up through all of the comments.
Did you?
We're on.
Here in a minute, there are going to be a whole lot more. Nice boot.
Somebody just said that NXT is opening with a women's match also. I'm not in here. I'm looking at the chat on Triller as well.
I got you.
So, which, hey, that's a giveaway of how I'm watching it.
All right, so to make up for the Rusty's really bad joke, recent studies show that 10 out of 9 people are actually really bad at math.
Yes, that is true. And most of them have the last name Steiner, right?
Yes. Either that or received a concerto done wrong.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, I don't care what Corey says. Mercedes is doing a good job in this match. This one's actually entertaining.
Yeah. I thought did she have a couple matches where it was just a step or two off? Sure.
A couple?
I only thought a couple that were on her. Let me put it that way.
A couple.
I didn't think.
Oh yeah, there you go.
A couple on her. The others were others. So, Christopher Strikeleather saying Sol Ruka and Kalani Jordan for the women's North American title is kicking off Battleground PLE.
I'm a fan of both of them.
Yeah,
I am a huge Sol Ruka fan, and Kalani is. That's a good match right there. I'm going to watch that one later tomorrow.
Red Wing 1492. Some of the managers have a different name in each promotion they were in. Will any of the names be acceptable or their current name? I'm pretty sure we had one, if I remember, in this first one, and I said I would accept any of the names.
But he wouldn't accept Cesaro for Claudio.
True. And part of that was just because I was going back to like 80 golden era manager, and it's like at that point I didn't want to have to do the research and go back and figured out what this one was called in each of the different promotions and different times, and some of them called different names in the same promotion too.
All right, so who was the guy? It was Tom that used to wrestle on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So is Tom watching?
Oh, I like it.
Sorry, folks.
I like it. I like her cell too. Not Jamie's, but Mercedes.
Oh.
I'm starting to regret my guess now.
That was painful to watch, but so good.
That's perfect.
Wow.
Painful to watch, but I mean, come on. That was an easy bump.
That's wrestling. Oh, now she's making fun of her back. Oh, my back. No, I was going to ask Tom, and I know, Josh, you've had this happen to you. I know I've had it happen to me. When right before that little spot there, I don't know if you saw it or not, but Mercedes did like a sunset flip or did something. Anyway, Jamie Hayter went backwards and fell right into the ropes.
Yeah.
From my experience, that hurts. That is one of not being able to see where you're landing and falling into the ropes hurts worse than landing on the mat, in my opinion. because you don't know how you're going to hit those ropes. And then it's a question, is it rope or is it the steel cable covered in hosing? What kind of ring ropes do you have? It doesn't really matter. They hurt.
True.
Especially when you hit the back of your head in them. But there's no, that hurts.
I think I would much rather take rope than landing on over
absolutely.
the cable with the turn, because
absolutely
the gut buster on the top turnbuckle. You know what? We were actually asked what was the most painful. I may retract whatever I had said. That might be
on the turnbuckle? Yeah.
Especially when they miss and you don't land right at the waist, but a little bit south of the waist.
Yep.
The worst. Sean Hayes saying he says eventually want to do a quiz of name the missing wrestler, give an event, give the match, name all of the competitors except for one, see if people remember who is missing sometime in the future. Or I've seen some that have popped up similar to that, where they basically, you take an image from the match and then they do a silhouette of one of them. Those could be fun. I wonder if I did that and then Muppetize it as well. A silhouette of a Muppet that's missing.
Why don't you start off with factions and then silhouette one of the members, and then we got to say who that member is that's missing before you go to a whole event or something like that and saying, okay, take this person out, because I don't remember every match.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Every event.
Now,
that's not going to work.
I don't think we're ever going to get a Muppets faction. Just saying. I have been trying that for 3 weeks, and I've got
not
2.
Working.
It just does.
Oh, wow.
It has like 6 members here, and it throws in 2 extra ones, but they're just like mini versions of 2 of the other guys.
So why don't you just pull the individuals each? Like say you had the 4 horsemen, you had Arn, Ole, Tully, and Rick, but you turn around and take an individual picture of each 4 of them.
And then compile it?
And then compile it. That might be a little easier.
That would be easier.
And then just take one person away and say, okay, who's missing from this Muppet faction? Type of deal. That would be fun.
Oh, I was just thinking just a straight guess the faction, Puppets edition. That could possibly work.
Do you watch, Josh, do you watch WrestleMania at all?
Not that often. Just because some of the stuff that they've reported on, I don't think they should be reporting on, or it's completely inaccurate. And so...
Right. Ouch. That's twice. She landed on the turnbuckle backwards. But
when I watch WrestleMania, it usually is I go to the chapter markers and I get the one thing that they had in the thumbnail that I actually wanted to know about, and that's it. And then I just ignore everything else.
Well, I saw one today. They were talking about factions and everything, and they were talking about Karrion Kross, and that one of the he's talking about he offered an idea to bring back what was the Ministry of Authority or whatever it was, the one that had like the APA and Undertaker and Mideon and had all those guys.
Ministry of Darkness.
And he was talking about bringing that faction back, and he proposed it, and a lot of people were onto it, but then they never did it because he also said he would have to get Undertaker and Vince McMahon sign off before he would feel comfortable doing it.
Right.
So now the problem is you're not going to get Vince's sign off on it.
You might.
I'd be surprised.
Well, I don't think he would. Just
nice.
But somebody might be able to.
Now give her a Meteora. Yep, here it is. Jamie Hayter with a Meteora on Mercedes.
Christopher saying, I haven't had a problem with the in-ring stuff from Mercedes. It's just when she gets on the microphone that I have a problem with it.
Yep. Hey, Chris, since you seem to have a how should I put this? Since you seem to like talking to us while you're what's up? While you're at WWE events, one of these days, just a thought. If you feel like pulling a image, or you want Josh to send you the thumbnail of Wrestling Related, and you want to say hi to Wrestling Related and put it on a big sign and say it like that, that would be awesome. That might make me actually win a contest. It's not a guarantee.
You know what? Maybe he'll do that once we get the three of us Muppetized.
I think that could happen pretty easy.
It could. It's funny.
Nice backstabber.
Good backstabber.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Jamie's a hefty wrestler. Nice. Oh. I gotta say, this is like the best match I've seen Mercedes in since being in AEW.
It's a good one. CFNSRD saying, "What's up?" If you didn't catch it, this is sign language for "What's up." We were doing a little bit of that earlier, talking about it. Red Wing saying, "Heck yeah, the missing Muppet quiz sounds like a great idea."
I agree. I concur.
That would be so funny. Hey, the Muppets, the puppets, it's just a gift that keeps on giving. Like somebody had commented, "Is this whole channel just Guess the Puppets?" And it's like, well, not entirely, but is that such a bad thing?
Muppets and puppets make you smile. Just ask Harley Cameron.
Oh, Reagan is into Fraggle Rock right now.
So who was it? Somebody ended up posting. I don't remember your name, and I apologize because we reread so many comments. And yes, I do read the comments.
Finally,
I don't necessarily reply to all of them, but I have been reading them. But somebody ended up making a comment that I had somebody singing I'm assuming it was the Fraggle Rock song, because that's the only one I sang. Had him singing that one all day long or something. Ouch.
No, that wasn't the only one that you sang that in that show.
Sorry, that looked
a
painful.
Slip in the shin.
Yeah, a shin right into the steel chairs. Yeah.
No, you also did
steel stairs.
That
was worse. Good. What'd I do?
Oh, you did the Muppets, because you started doing that one like, it's time to start the show.
Oh yeah.
Like you were it was kind of low in the back, but you were just saying those words. You were saying the lyrics, not singing it, but you were just saying them.
Yep. Because if I sing them, I don't want people taking away from me and turning around and getting mad at me.
David Matthias, I don't know if y'all ever read my comment or not about the IC trivia, but Rick Martel never held the title. He did complete in a tournament. Yeah, saw that one. That was AI dropping the ball when I told it, give us IC champions. And then ChatGPT's like, oh yeah, he was an IC champ. It was like, huh, really?
Well, they did that before with when we were doing another bat. That was horrible.
3.
When they did Hall of Famers, and they turned around and tried to put Becky Lynch as a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
She wasn't quite there yet. Hey, that looked like Lodi in the audience. Sorry.
Ultimate 23. Okay, now that I'm finally home, I can formally join the chat. Good to have you. Corporate Ministry of Darkness. There was the Ministry of Darkness, then the Corporate Ministry.
Yep. That was it. That was the one. The Corporate Ministry. That's the one.
Christopher says, next event I'm going to is SummerSlam.
Ooh. And you're going to be sitting right next to the green shirt guy, right?
Did you hear that James Ellsworth said how that happened?
I did. Yeah. Gave him lifetime front row as long as he could find his chin.
Still missing it.
Yeah.
Rusty Rowe, I just wish we could all get along. WWE fans, AEW fans, imagine if we all agreed on topics and coexist. Yeah, so to me, it's like there's It's wrestling. It's wrestling. Just have fun and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Hey, here's another little hot take that's been happening. Now people are getting upset at WWE for running, what is it, an NXT pay-per-view that they're running during the All-In weekend.
Yep.
I don't know who needs to hear this. Newsflash. AEW is not WWE's only competition. The NFL,
Nope.
the NBA, the
Yep.
MLB, YouTube, every other form of media out there is their competition, vying for the eyeballs and the attention.
And the way it's going, the WNBA is getting up there too, man.
Everything else, not only live sports, but anything that is taking viewership and bringing people's views in, that's competition.
Absolutely.
You may not know this, I'm a pastor, but I've even told churches going to like pastor conferences, the church down the street is not your competition. It's everything else that is keeping people out of church on a Sunday morning that is your competition. Stop fighting with your other churches in town. Be thankful they've got people. Start going and getting the people that aren't there. Like, that's what AEW and WWE should really be focused on, which I will say WWE seems to be focused on trying to get fans that aren't your typical wrestling fan.
Ouch.
Yeah, there we go.
Got her legs bent back too. There you go. I'm glad she's limber.
Bent back, body scissors on. It's in the center.
She ain't getting to no ring rope. Oh, 1, 2. Oh. Missed the clothesline. Now pin her in a crucifix. Come on. Oh, no. Another. There you go.
That's a good sequence.
That was really good. Is Jamie going to be able to hold out? She's trying. She's trying. She doesn't have it locked in super tight. Jamie gets the arm out. Get to the ropes. She's going to roll her back.
Get her feet on it.
There, rolls her back. And now what she got? He's going to pick her up in a fireman carry. Jamie Hayter got Mercedes up in a fireman's carriage. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Ouch. Into a crucifix pin, but she's right back up. Rolls through it.
And got her right back up.
Oh, like a DVD on the knee. And then she hits the ropes. Running, sliding clothesline. 1, 2. Oh, and she kicks out. That was good. That was good. I like that sequence. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is the best match I've seen her in. This is good. This is good. And I didn't think this match was going to be this good. Sorry, guys, we're watching this match.
Yeah,
close.
that was one of those. The sequence got so good that it was like, there's some good wrestling when our mouths go shut.
Because we like to talk. If you haven't noticed. Oh,
that was good.
Yep. Nice block. Nice block. Another block.
I think you're just 2 seconds ahead of me.
That was 3. She lifted her elbow. She did not lift her shoulder. You have to count
you're
that.
ahead of me.
Aubrey Edwards, do your job. That was an elbow. It was not a shoulder. They're not even going to show it because they know she messed up. So how far ahead am I of you?
She's just kissing her bicep now.
Okay. The first time or the second time? Ah.
Apparently the first time. Oh!
Yep. Yep. Wow, she ate that.
Oh, I forgot this was an Owen Hart Cup and not the TBS title.
Oh, I should have remembered that one.
That would have changed. That would have changed my
decision.
I completely forgot about that.
Jamie needs to get checked out for a concussion after that one.
For sure.
Oh.
Yep, right on her head. Right on her noggin.
All right, do I need to pause this and then
I've got her holding the belt and fireworks going off, pyro.
Well, so do I.
I backed out and went back in.
Okay.
Fireballs,
So
she
we're
just
probably
dropped to her knees.
Yep. We're on target then.
Her name just came up.
Man.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, guys. Watch that match. That
was good.
I'm not regretting paying for this pay-per-view yet.
That was a good one. Red Wing saying, especially all the tag team Muppets that looked like fabulous Freebirds in the tag quizzes. Yeah.
There was a lot.
Soul and Kalani are cooking. Dustin, you will want to watch this match.
I will.
I might have to.
It'll have to wait till tomorrow because this pay-per-view, it's AEW, which means it's going to go into tomorrow anyway.
Right.
So.
There's a good chance Christopher will be able to drive home and get home before we get done watching this.
That's a good possibility.
Ultimate 23 says, you struck gold with the Muppets thing. Keep going until it gets old or loses value. Yeah. The funny thing is you say struck gold. Who was I think it was one of my kids just recently. I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't remember. We were driving in a car on something. Might have been Logan. I can't remember. But we were talking about that exact thing, about striking gold. And it's like, hey, we hit gold. Dig that mine and keep mining for the gold until there's no more gold to be found.
And then move somewhere else and dig some more.
And then you go strike something else. Yep. Red Wing saying, I love AEW.
That's what Chris Jericho's been doing.
Right? Yeah. Love AEW, WWE, TNA. I was born in 80, so I watch and love as many promotions I can get my eyes on. Yep.
He's just a young guy.
Hey, he's a year older than I am.
He's several years younger than I am.
Sia Fennis RD. Agreed, Rusty. I've never been partial to any company in the time I've been watching. Loved AEW or AWA, WWF/E, WCW, TNA, AEW. Yeah, ECW, Ring of Honor, Shikara, Pro Wrestling Noah, New Japan, all of the stuff.
Hey, I mean, come on. Give me Glow. Give me Roller Derby. I grew up watching that. I mean, I'd watch it anyway.
Somebody asked that we do Glow for puppets.
No. I remember two people from Glow.
Well, not only that, the females, AI has the hardest time, and it's because of women's attire, because it can easily be construed as...
Sorry. The sign back there, it had
I missed it. I
sign,
saw it out of the corner of the eye.
A bloody sign that said the John Moxley splash zone, and it looked like blood all over the sign.
Yep.
That was funny.
There you go. I'm going to go with Wes Bows, or Boz. Sorry I was late. I'm here, boys. No worries. Good to have you. The Daring Gamo. Buenos nachos. Just realized I haven't hit that subscribe button yet, so Here we go. Subscribing now from my hotel in Detroit, which that means if you hit that subscribe button, then I must not have my stream alert working the way that it's supposed to be working.
Oh.
Because if the stream alert was working the way that it was supposed to be working, it should have done a pop-up.
Or maybe he's waiting until you actually announce it to hit the subscribe button.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Welcome. Thank you for subscribing.
Yes. Dashboard. Josh, technically, there was WWE, TNA, NXT, and AEW between Saturday and Sunday. there was a whole lot that just happened. A whole lot. Overlays. Do I have that working? I thought it was working.
Well, it was working because you ended up, it hopped on when we were, before we actually hopped on, I saw it pop up.
Finally! Finally!
Finally.
That's the way it's supposed to work.
So that one's for you. That was the gamer guy, right?
Well, that was...
No? Which guy was that? Which person was that? Apologize if it's not a male. If it is, great. I guessed right. If it's not, welcome anyway.
Continue running the widget even after hiding it for a scene change. Sure.
Stokely Hathaway. Hathaway. What's Stokely's last name?
Hathaway.
Stokely is Hathaway. That's what I thought.
Okay. We'll see if that works or not. Who knows?
Is he wearing tights? I mean, he's not wearing trunks. He's wearing... No, he is. Okay.
Okay, so even the squirrel at the bird feeder is competition for WWE. Facts. Because that's one potential viewer that they don't have.
That's right.
NBA playoffs are happening too. Yeah, absolutely. And see, like NBA playoffs, even more of a competition for AEW, you could say, because it's still within the same network that they're on, with it being TNT, TBS, Max. A lot of that's happening on there. When are we getting Guess the Wrestler by the Smurfs character? As soon as you make it.
I agree.
No, I don't know. I think I had made this comment to someone, and I can't remember, but it was a case kind of along what I'm saying, where if we're waiting for me to do it, I've got a list of probably 50 different Guess the Wrestler by the images, different types and different takes. If we're waiting for me to make those, we might be waiting for a while. If y'all make them and send them over in a quiz that's already done, so we just got to hit play, it's more likely to get done faster.
Yeah.
Because especially like when we found the Guess the Wrestler by the puppets and it is working, like that's going to jump in and we're just going to keep rolling with it. So,
and I mean, come on, let's think about this for a second. The Smurfs, there's a million Smurfs and they all look the same. They're all blue with a little hat on. Come on.
Yeah. Darren Gamer says, if Dustin is not quite big enough to be Big Show and not quite small enough to be Stone Cold, can we call Dustin Medium Show? Or No Show?
No show. No. Just because that's what I've been doing on all the games does not mean you can call me that.
Right? Yeah. Guess the Wrestler via Smurf character.
Prediction.
Oh, predictions. FTR.
I'm gonna go with.
Corey's got FTR.
I'm gonna go with Nigel and Daniel.
Okay.
Daniel Garcia.
I'm Yeah, Flag saying, well done, ladies, on that one. It was so good. Yeah, Rusty Rose said, guess the wrestler via Smurf characters. That's awesome. Guess the wrestler via Care Bear quiz. That would
Care
be
Bears.
awesome. CFSR&D or CFNSRD. Yes, that would be awesome. So Mercedes is going on to face Tony Storm at All In. Yeah, see, here's where I messed up on my prediction because I was thinking Mercedes and Tony at All In, but I forgot that this was the Owen Hart Cup, and it was just like...
I thought it was a title match.
I had the correct outcome, like, down the road, just not for what this one was. I wasn't paying attention. Watching the chat too much.
Hug him, Cash. Hug him.
Cash giving a hug on Daniel.
Not a bear hug, just a hug.
Let's see. Year older. Actually, Grandpa. She's a year older. I was just in Grandpa's shadow growing up, so I talk a chat like, oh, she. Red Wing is a she. Red Wing, I stand corrected. She was her grandpa's shadow growing up, so she talks in a chat like a dude most of the time. Perfect. That makes sense. I will try to make a mental note that I will likely forget because being the age that we are, you understand how sometimes those mental notes are fleeting.
Chair shots.
Chair shots.
And that was Red Wing?
That was Red Wing 1492.
Red Wing 1492.
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Yep.
Jinx. Owe me a pepper.
Uh-huh.
Soul with the spot of the night. Top rope soul snatcher for the win.
Nice.
That's such a good move.
Thanks for the spoiler, Chris.
I love it. The Culling versus Hank and Tank and Brooks Jensen is next. Hey, somebody just told me about Hank and Tank, and I don't even remember. They were describing them as like the new headbangers, and
Kinda.
or like bushwhackers, and it was like, okay, now I want to check them out.
Yep.
Stokely Hathaway,
Not quite Blade Runners, but
formerly known as Malcolm Bivens.
Malcolm Bivens. All right, sorry guys. I'm a big Nigel fan, so Nigel just got tagged in. And one of the best European uppercuts
Yes.
ever.
Still don't know how his is that good. Still don't know how he does it. I studied tapes for months on end to try to figure out how to do it that way. Could never do it.
I think what he tries to do is make sure that his forearm hits the back of their head by going through the front. I think that's what he's trying.
That could be, but I mean, he's also one of those that would say hit hard in safe places. I don't know how.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Here it comes. Oh!
Yeah.
So that reminded me my...
I think they're going to hear that one in my living room through your headphones.
While I was up there recently, I turned around and I saw my brother-in-law up there. And we ended up going over to a pizza buffet place. And they were asking how many people were here, and there was a bunch of us. Well, they said we need to know how many seniors, how many kids. And my brother-in-law points at me and goes, well, he's a senior. And I looked at my brother-in-law, and I'm like, yep, and this senior can still throat punch you. He goes, he's not a senior. I'm good.
Right. Jennifer
So shout out to Johnny.
Saying, I watched wrestling in the 80s, finished in 99 because after Owen passed away, seeing the Over the Edge pay-per-view, it was hard to watch wrestling after that. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep. That, and if I remember right, that was May 23rd of 99, which I think was also my graduation. And it was Corey's birthday, like Corey's all the same. So it was, that was etched in.
Yeah, so FYI for all you guys out there, not only is today Josh's son's birthday, but 2 days ago was Corey's birthday. So comment down there, wish our equal opportunity offender of a brother a happy birthday.
Yeah. He's now, officially 10 years older than me for the next month.
Wow. The fact that he can still do some of these things just is impressive.
Right?
That was stiff. I love me some Nigel McGuinness.
Oh, it's so good. Okay, David Mathis saying, I take it that Dustin is the oldest. Y'all should do Muppets for the CWA, Continental Wrestling Association. I'm sure Corey and Dustin remembers watching. I'm sure you don't, Josh. I didn't even know CWA was a thing because I wasn't even born, yes.
What makes you think I'm the oldest?
Dustin's the biggest. He's not the oldest. He's actually a couple years younger than Corey.
Just because my hairline goes down to my back does not make me the oldest.
You grew, the hair stopped growing.
It kept going down. Yep. So, hey, just so you all know, Josh and I are both middle children.
Yep.
Corey is the oldest, and we do have a younger brother, the youngest, who his wrestling experience consisted of one match where I was in a tag match with a former WWE wrestler, and my opponents brought him out, happened to be a wrestler formerly known as Brutus Beefcake, who was a barber in the state of New York with a license, and I was actually a barber at the time. That was funny. And our opponents actually came out and shaved my youngest brother's head. So, of course, there's the personal hatred there, and that was his experience.
In front of a crowd.
In front of a crowd, yeah.
Other than that, came up a couple times when we were training. Had a pretty moonsault until I told him to jump higher, and then he came down on his head on the crash pad.
And he decided, I'm not doing that.
He decided, I'm done. I'm never doing it again. But prior to that, when we just let him flip on his own, it was a pretty moonsault. And I'm talking S.A. Rios moonsault. It was pretty. Guess the Wrestler Thundercats edition. Hey, we would play these. Y'all just got to start making them.
You got to make them. We'll play whatever you want.
Red Wing, yes, I understand the memory ain't that fast anymore. It is not. CFNSRD, mental notes need to be written notes or my girlfriend gets upset when I forget them. It's even worse because I've got Post-it notes all over my desk here, and I still don't pay attention to the written notes.
Yep. Nice elbow. Another throat thrust.
Hank and Tank are more like a new version of Heavy Machinery to me. Okay. I'm also not opposed to that, too, because I enjoyed Heavy Machinery.
As long as it's not those bear guys that were in, what was it, Bear Country?
Oh, yeah.
Not those guys.
Yeah, but then you had, what was his name? Beef? Was that something like that?
And we're not talking about Beef Willington. We're talking about it was Beef. It was Beef.
Yeah, the cousin.
I enjoyed him though.
So
I got a
fun.
kick out of him. There was another guy. What was it? Test was known as Meat for a while, wasn't it? Or no, was that Stasiak?
That was Sean Stasiak, Meat.
That was Stasiak was Meat.
Yeah. Nigel McGuinness looking impressive in this match. Agreed, Bluegrass Fan 82.
And FTR is hilarious.
Happy birthdays for Corey in here that we will not relay. He'll have to watch this if he wants to see those.
That's right.
Christopher John, as long as Dustin wins in some way, I'm happy.
I'm trying. I am legitimately trying.
Yeah, are you though? Because you picked Nigel and Daniel in this one. You're already trailing Corey and I in the predictions.
This is going to get me back on the schedule because I think Nigel's going to win it.
All right.
I do. Not much.
Bluegrass is always going to be 10 years older than you. Now, I say 10 because just the number 10, Corey 10 years older than me. Like, technically right now, because he just turned whatever age, I can't do the math right now. And my birthday's not for another month, so...
Josh is his next month.
Yeah.
Josh is his next month.
So what match is up for AEW right now? It is Nigel McGuinness and Daniel Garcia against FTR. Top guys. You should do a TNA 2000s Muppets. Doing any TNA only, Ring of Honor only, ECW only, AEW only, any of those, you're limited on the fan base, because some of the wrestling fans that don't watch them, like if they didn't really watch TNA then, they're just not going to watch the video because they just don't know. But the last one, we did throw in one or two TNA early 2000s teams in there.
So Nigel McGuinness just gave a Bradshaw-style lariat off of the ropes. I mean, yeah. And I mean, it was so good, so good. And I mean, when you got somebody like Cash Wheeler being able to receive that and the bump, the reaction, I mean, it's perfect. So
Bluegrass Fan 82 says, a barber with no hair? Laugh out loud.
So here's the funny thing. You could probably search around and find that match on YouTube somewhere. And believe it or not, I had hair at that time. My hair didn't start falling out until my daughter was born. And then all of a sudden it was gone. So. Plus, I always said that if I ever start looking like my father, I was just going to shave my head and get it over with.
It's funny. Although now it looks even more like him.
Yeah. Only I don't grow the beard that long anymore.
Not true. He's kind of trimmed his down a little bit.
He has.
Ultimate 23 Dragon. Got an idea. Guess the wrestling promotion by the tag team's name. Tag teams with multiple names depending on the promotion they were in.
I like it.
That could be entertaining.
Make it.
Revival. FTR.
WWE. Yeah. AEW. Yeah.
Ooh.
But then you put Claudio Castagnoli. Okay. So would that be Ring of Honor? Would that be AEW or both?
I would just, if I saw Claudio Castagnoli, I'm going to put Shikara and then still claim I win.
And if it's John Moxley, I'm going to put Wrestling Revolver.
There you go. Yeah, we would have to narrow it down a little bit as to who it is.
To the Big Five?
Strikelander saying, I'm picking FTR in this match as well. Ooh. Oh. I thought he was going in. What is that called? The London's Calling? Or the Tower of London? I can't remember.
Oh, nice.
I thought that was it. An assisted Tower of London.
Oh, I almost got you on that one.
Christopher John, are y'all even real fans? Wink, wink.
No. This is my first wrestling pay-per-view.
You didn't even realize there was a pay-per-view thing. You just thought everything was a premium live event.
That's what I thought. It took me a long time to realize what PPV meant. Oh, that was ugly. Why did you do that, Dax?
Yep. Botchamania is going to have fun with that one.
Get out of the way, Nigel. That was horrible, Dax. You guys deserve to lose now on that one. You guys are way better than that to be able to make that mistake. Get him. Get him, Daddy. Daddy Magic going to end up beating on Stokely. Put him in an ankle lock, Daddy Magic.
That's a way of making sure that you don't botch a interference thing.
Yep. What is Nigel doing? Oh, he hit the ropes. Okay.
Yeah.
Had to break it.
Josh's
So
birthday's in June. What day? 22nd.
Here's my question.
Caitlin Clark's number.
If the referee was looking the other way, why did Nigel break? Is he just that good of a baby face that he just...
Yes.
I liked him better as a heel anyway. Oh.
A to the knee stunner. All right. Red Wing saying, can't wait until the Hurt Syndicate match where NJF tries to help them. He gets betrayed by them, and a debuting Cedric Alexander tonight or in Dynamite segment Wednesday. Love it.
Yes, that would
Book
be awesome.
Book it, because I like MJF. I just don't want to see this. Like, because I want to see Cedric there.
To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense anyway. I mean, at least with Adam Cole, it was comical and it made sense for the time being. This one just doesn't make sense. I mean, Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, they don't need MJF, and MJF doesn't need them. So why screw it up?
Right.
I don't get it.
It was the way Daniel Garcia paused there. It was like, wait, how do I do the Eddie Guerrero leg twist thingy?
Yeah.
That was good. See, it's like, I got to think. How do I do this again? Oh, yeah, that way. Nope, that was still wrong. That's not the Three Amigos kick. That's a...
That's hilarious. That was funny. Yeah. Sorry,
Nice.
Nigel. Looks like I'm losing this one. Daniel's going to get pinned. Nice.
There you go.
A twisting power and glory suplex.
Oh.
Stokely.
Rusty Rowe, Guess the Wrestler, Simpsons edition. We got one of those. Kind of letting AI run wild. I need to do a different one at some point. But yes, any cartoon would work. Yeah, we did a few early on, really just kind of throwing a name in there and letting ChatGPT do whatever it wants. But I found giving it a reference image works much more effectively. I still can't get used to calling them PLEs. I know, it's so hard.
Shatter Machine on the outside. Oh. Cash Wheeler looks hurting.
Well, he's the one that's going to take the brunt of that.
Yeah.
Ultimate 23. That means Josh shares a birthday with one of my favorite IndyCar favorites, the late Dan Weldon. Apparently. Don't know who else. I'm sure some. Is it just me, or is this whole Hurt Syndicate and MJF is leading to a Lashley versus MJF at All In? It did feel like that, yeah. Which I'm here for. That'll be fun. Tony D versus Stax is the next match for Battleground.
Tony D'Angelo.
Oh, that's who that is.
Yep. They're messing with Tony Schiavone. Speaking of Tonys, step back, Dax. Don't mess with Tony.
Don't do
if
it.
If JR wasn't sick and having some health issues, he'd come over and punch you right in your
right.
Oklahoma gizzard. He would stomp the mud hole and walk it dry. I don't know. Nigel's selling this great. Yeah. Garcia's going to end up getting. I don't know. They're taking long enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, they're gonna hit. They're gonna hit him with a shatter machine or something, and it's. Okay, so I know they're pushing Daniel Garcia and everything, but Daniel Garcia just has the physical stature and the appearance like somebody I just want to walk up and punch. Which is great for wrestling. Don't get me wrong, that's a great thing to have.
For a heel,
MJF does too. MJF does too. I mean, he looks like somebody you want to love to hate. All right. Spike pile driver coming up. Put your leg on the ropes. And Stokely looking at it. Stokely's reactions just he's awesome.
Red Wing saying that you can tell the Hurt Syndicate is setting him up. It's almost obvious as Callis betraying Kenny a couple of years back after Claudio mugging at the camera with Don's glasses on. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Who can afford to go to SummerSlam when ringside starts at $40K for both nights?
Not me. Now, if WWE wants to turn around and throw us a few tickets, I'll go sit next to Green Shirt Guy, and I'll be a great fan.
Well, hey, I've seen some of the other wrestling content creators that have gotten those decent seats. What is it? Alan Owens or something like that. Saw him. He was at Saturday night main event last night, right behind the announce team. Paid for by, I think, TickPicks. So,
TickPicks, okay.
Get in with one of the ticketing agents, SeatGeek, TickPick, something like that. That's a way of getting maybe some discounted stuff. Uh-oh.
What? Did you freeze up?
Yeah.
Did you miss it? Sorry for the spoiler. Daniel passed out to a sharpshooter.
Dustin.
Now Cash Wheeler is not even,
You're going down.
Not only did Cash Wheeler hug Daniel Garcia, he just kissed him.
I just saw him do the Gesundheit. Pinching his elbow, pulling up his trunks, and hands raised.
I think you're behind me yet. Instant replay, shatter machine, boom. Spike pile driver, jump, boom. That's where I'm at.
Boom.
Yeah, you're behind me. So FYI for you fans, if you want to see something really, really entertaining, there was several months ago, there was a episode of Dynamite where MJF was wrestling against, what's his name? The former Ring of Honor heavyweight champion. If you mess with the bull, you get the horns guy.
Roosh.
MJF was wrestling against Roosh, where they actually battled into the audience. If you pay attention to that, they actually went right down a row, and I'm not mentioning any names, but somebody was right next to them, and they ended up battling right. And it almost looked like somebody got a shot given to him, or caught a little bit of a bump or something from one of those guys because they were so close to him. But it was entertaining. His reaction was really entertaining.
You like that?
And then
that reaction?
And then MJF's reaction to seeing that picture was even more entertaining. Do you remember that? Because he posted a little bit later. He says, "I can still smell this guy," or something like that on X. And it was a picture of.
I do vaguely remember that
somebody.
Comment. I do vaguely remember that.
But you guys will have to go back. I don't remember when that date was, but that episode of Dynamite. I'm sure Josh could probably figure it out and let you know.
I don't know. I think it was last year. Christopher Strike Leather saying, we still never got an explanation on why Stokely and Chris Statlander break up. Agreed. Z-Man, Daniel Garcia is a dancing jobber jabroni. Never will be over ever.
Yep, agreed. All right, stretcher match predictions.
Stretcher match.
I'm going with Briscoe.
Ooh. Briscoe?
I think I'm gonna start going with the underdogs just to hope I can make a comeback.
Yeah.
If it was a straight up match, I would say Ricochet, but because it's a stretcher match, I'm going with Briscoe. I'm going Briscoe with the help from Zach Gowen. It wasn't that funny.
What wasn't that funny?
I just heard somebody laughing.
Oh, that's from my living room.
That's what I thought.
It's Logan's birthday. They're having a little bit of a, I don't know, friends and stuff over here.
Oh, okay.
I prefer Daniel Garcia over most up-and-comers. He occupies a unique space. I don't dislike Daniel Garcia.
You don't like him either, but you don't dislike him.
I'm indifferent. I mean, that was a good match. Christopher Striklander didn't know Corey was there. Funny.
What did I miss? Where's Corey?
No, you said somebody was there.
Huh?
You weren't mentioning names.
Oh.
Rusty Rowe, $100 says Mox bleeds tonight. Nobody's taking that bet.
Nope.
Christopher John, 500 says Mox bleeds tonight. I ain't betting on that one either. Ricochet wins. Christopher Strike Leather's going with, and he says the reason why I'm going with Ricochet is because he is winless at pay-per-views. That's interesting.
Those records have a way of ending. I'm just saying.
Red Wing says Briscoe wins with help from all the people Ricochet has attacked since he debuted in AEW that aren't in a match later on tonight, which is still quite a few.
Yeah. Touche.
Oh, I've got to get mine in. Corey says Ricochet. You say Mark Briscoe.
Mark's sporting a mohawk, too.
I don't think either of them need the win. So who do I think is going to win?
Bell rang. Hurry up.
I'm going to go with Briscoe. Okay. I don't think so, but I think I am.
On a side note, I figured out that Daniel Garcia is the Barry Horowitz of AEW. I like Briscoe with a mohawk.
Who is he just calling out? This isn't even your show. You're not even supposed to be here.
Huh?
Ricochet.
Oh. He's a pig farmer. Of course he's got thick hands. Chicken farmer, sorry. I'm sorry, Taz.
It's kind of like all the legends helping Lita beat Heath Slater when he was going...
That's funny.
Fair.
That's funny right there.
Fair. Hey, there still are... There's at least one of the conglomerate... Nope. I was going to say there's one of the conglomeration, but you got the ops that they're wrestling later tonight. But there's still plenty.
Did he just do? He just did the Dusty Rhodes double hand trapezoid chop thing. That was hilarious. And then run away. That's hilarious too. Good job. I love it. I love it. You can't get him on the stretcher in the ambulance if he's not by it. That was smart right there. What was that about Beast Mortis and crew in a $400,000 match you was talking about? That's not tonight.
No.
Nice. That was slick.
Up over the
stretcher. I love Ricochet as a heel.
Yeah.
He is so much more entertaining
here in AEW than he was.
Absolutely.
Well, they're letting him have some character development.
A little freedom with his creativity.
The Barry Horowitz of AEW. A lot of competition there.
I could have said the Steve Lombardi, but come on. Steve Lombardi actually won some matches. But hey, Daniel Garcia did win, what was it, the TNT title for a little while?
I believe so, yeah. Can I get a recap of what so far? So,
you want the buy-in recap too, or you just want the actual pay-per-view recap?
I could update the ticker down there.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
I haven't done that.
Oh!
Hey! You're ahead of me, dude. Did it.
I can't help that, but that out. I'm glad that I was padding on that stretcher.
You need to pause yours for a second.
You need to quit falling behind.
Yeah, because I told you that the last few pay-per-views.
Fine. Pause. Play. Bang, bang.
Now a bang, bang.
Tell me when you see the shooting star press. Tell me when he hits the stretcher.
Now.
Okay. We should be pretty close. Now what do I do here? What the heck? I'm afraid if I hit back, so I got. Oh, okay, good. Glossy-eyed. That was funny. Yeah. The Sabu right there, he said. Are you updating the ticker form?
Trying.
Trying to? Okay. But this is a fun match to watch, so.
I know, I'm trying to do both.
Tables. Oh, no tables. Okay, now tables. Nope, he's putting it back under. Wow. So, do you think green shirt guy is at AEW shows, but he doesn't wear the green shirt? He just wears a different color shirt, and he's just waiting for people to notice him. Takes his hat off, wears like a blue shirt or something like that.
Probably not.
Probably not. I bet he would be if they gave him lifetime front row seats, though. Well, guys, I would react to some of your comments, but Josh is trying to type and walk and chew gum, and he's not reading them to me, so I can't really comment on them. Oh,
Yeah.
he's bringing out the Windex. He's got spray bottles in a bucket. This is going to be entertaining. Oh, he's going to polish his dome. Watch him. Yep, I called it. I knew it. Little simple green. Little simple green right on top. Oh, you got to adjust it. You got to turn it. Yep, simple green. Oh, that stuff's nasty too. It works, but buffering rag. That's awesome. I love me some Mark Briscoe. Buckethead. Boom, there it is. Taz is like, I feel bad for him right now, but at least his head is clean. That's funny. I will say, I think some of the comments that your play-by-play and color commentators make on AEW. Oh, he's doing a Sabu sign. What? Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I think the comments are funnier in AEW because they have a little bit more freedom. There's certain things they can and can't say, but I think there's a little bit more freedom in AEW, so the comments are funnier.
Yeah.
I think Briscoe took one into the head. I think he's got a little bit of blood on the side of his head by accident.
It looked like it.
Oh, he has such a great exploder suplex. Nope, no blood. Got a little red mark, but I think that's more of like a simple green to the eyes.
All right, let me get back in here.
Dum, boom, boom.
Can I get a recap? Yeah, we got some of the recap in here. Just for you, I think we had 4 matches. Mercedes Moné is the women's Owen Hart Cup champion. FTR beat Nigel McGuinness, Daniel Garcia. Anna Jay and Harley Cameron won in the buy-in, and I think you saw RPG, Roppongi Vice, and the crew. They wound up losing. Although I think I might have put that as they won. I'll have to check that.
The babyfaces won.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to start cutting back on the bleeding in AEW. I thought I read that somewhere. On the excessive bleeding, put it that way.
Yeah, I think they were planning on excessive, yes.
Well, Mark's still holding onto his blade in his right hand. And he's flowing pretty good.
Yeah. Flag saying head hits with chairs get me every time. Yeah, they're... I mean, if there's such a thing as a safer chair shot, the one that he took was safer.
Absolutely.
Safer.
Absolutely.
But still. Who, in your opinion, is the better reaction video? Santy, Heel Josh, or who do you watch? I don't really watch any reaction videos anymore, primarily because everybody pretty much has a potty mouth, and I just don't want to hear it. So don't listen to much. Santy was the one that I was watching some of them, just because he had for a long time the least amount of potty mouth. Con Man, I watched him a little bit. Wheezy, every now and then I'll catch some of hers. I don't watch Heel Josh at all. I watched a couple early on, and I just can't do it.
You know, it kind of goes back to, I don't even remember who this rap artist was. You'd probably know it, Josh, but there was a rap artist that made the comment that, you know, it doesn't take a whole lot of skill to write a rap song with curse words in it. It takes more skill to turn around and write one without.
It was probably Will Smith. Because he got some heat from Eminem about that. Even got called out in it about Will Smith don't got to cuss in his rap to sell records.
Yeah, it might have. But it's
there,
just like,
I mean, there's a few out there that, yeah, they don't. I just
Jay Driller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But it almost kind of falls in line with the same thing with bleeding to a point. I mean, you don't have to bleed in every match.
Right.
There's a necessity at some point, but it's got to make sense in the story.
Right. If there's something I'm watching it, I don't need PG era necessarily back on wrestling, but at the same time, I don't want to hear promos where they're dropping F-bombs. It's like, I don't need to hear it. Quite frankly, bleep it out so I don't have to hear it.
Right.
Just the pay-per-view, thank you. Okay. Frat House, sorry. Yeah. I think we got those in there, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And currently up on, Mark he's bleeding like a stuck hog right now.
He's bleeding bad. He is bleeding way too bad.
It's so bad that the amount of blood that Ricochet has falling on him, I don't know if that means he's cut or if he's just accumulated that.
Yeah, that's just what's been falling for Mark. He almost lost his balance because of the blood that was on the turnbuckle.
That froggy bow to the table.
That was good, though.
Why is he going up on the stage?
You doing a J driller on stage?
On the ramp?
Oh. Nope. And Mark had already wiped the blood with his shirt, too. And it's still just, I think he hit
Stacks
something.
got Tony D, defeated him.
Really?
Yep. David Mathis, hey Josh, how do we upload the trivia for y'all like the Muppets? Or is that something you do? The green guy gets all the shows, James Ellsworth. Yeah. Dustin ever... I think it might have mixed up two of the comments here, maybe. Hey, Josh, how do we upload the trivia for y'all like the Muppets? Or is that something that you do? The green guy is at all the shows, is James Ellsworth. Does Dustin ever get full? It seems like he's always eating. I keep posting. Well, and I mean, granted, it's also dinner time here, and we started early. I'm just surprised I'm not eating right now. Uploading the trivia. If it's like a trivia game and you've got the whole quiz and everything, just send it to quiz@wrestlingrelated.com. But as far as like the Muppet stuff, that's one I've got a list where I go through and I do the research on that, figure out who's where and what, and then I just take care of it.
And as far as the eating, okay, y'all listen to me real closely. When we started this over a year ago, I'm just going to fill y'all in on a little inside information. A year ago, I was weighing extremely heavier than I am now. If you want exact numbers, I was in the 380 range a year ago. I have since started eating smaller amounts, just a little bit more frequently. Yeah, Ricochet got it. A little bit more frequently. I am currently down in the 3 teens. I have dropped 60, almost 70 pounds since last year. So am I always eating? Yeah. Yep. I'm just eating a lot less in smaller amounts, just more frequently. I mean, you can see I'm sitting here right now and I'm looking. I'm like, I can actually see I can see stuff in my throat, man. I ain't seen that since a long time. But yeah, go back and look at some of the videos. Yep. But yes, I am eating quite frequently, just quite smaller. You know, I don't mind losing that prediction just because I was ready to see that match end, because I am genuinely worried that Briscoe might have hit something that he shouldn't have hit when he got busted open, or however that happened. Man. Move. Yeah, move, camera guy.
As our hardworking ring crew tries to clean up the crime scene.
It looked like a crime scene. It sure did. All right, yeah. This one's a gimme match. Hurt Syndicate is my prediction on the next match.
And mine just froze again.
Mine just glitched. So that might have been something there. I will say the other thing about eating more frequently, I'm also drinking more frequently. And with that comes potty breaks.
You got to go? You grab this one. I'm grabbing one as soon as you get back.
Sounds good. Bye.
All right, let's see what we've got here for some more comments. Are we going to see Jericho at all, or did he leave AEW? He's still there, but I don't think we're going to see him tonight. TNA is cutting back on blood. Yeah. I think AEW has cut back on blood. I think they could still cut back on some more. Now, granted, this is only one of 5 matches I think we've had so far. In other words, we've had a whole WWE PLE. But the only one with blood. There will be, other than, I guess there was a bloody nose earlier with Cat. Was it Cash? I don't remember, but it was Hardway. Jordan Grace versus Stephanie Vacour is the next match. That's going to be so good. So good right there. Christopher John, pretty amazing we can talk about wrestling across the country fairly instantly. Back when I was a teenager, I couldn't even talk with friends about it. Who would have thought? We were just talking about this too. The technology, because it's not only here. We've had other people in some of the chats when we've done these in the past, overseas, in other countries. So, yeah, it's not just here in the country, it's across the world. Yeah, it's remarkable what technology is doing. Flag, awesome match. Totally agree. That was good. Yeah, that was a good one. I enjoyed it. Sweet. Congrats, Ultimate 23 Dragon is saying for you. Yep.
Oh, for me?
That's for you, yes.
Appreciate that.
Red Wing saying, we're not going to see Jericho probably till the end of the summer. Generally, every spring till about August tends to be doing more touring with Fozzy on the outdoor concert circuit. Yeah. And I know he is on tour with Fozzy. They were just up in Des Moines a week or two ago. Thought about going, but I was like, nah. Didn't feel like it. Christopher saying Hurt Syndicate wins. Yes, I say Hurt Syndicate wins.
Agreed.
Corey, I believe, said Hurt Syndicate wins. So I think everybody is looking for that. That is the match that is up right now. Hurt Syndicate versus the Sons of Texas for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. Dustin, you're up. I
I'm
am going to take a little break.
Sounds good. And unfortunately, because I do not have all the doodads and gadgets, I can't see your comments. Well, maybe I can. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull up some comments that I might be able to comment on. And FYI, if I do, Josh may re-comment on them later. Let me see. I got to turn my phone this way so I can see what I'm doing here. So I'm just kind of intrigued with the fact that, the whole MJF Hurt Syndicate, I made the comment earlier that I don't, Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, they don't need MJF. And MJF doesn't need them to do what they're doing. My problem is I don't think just because, you got MJF, he comes out in a blue suit. Well, Hurt Syndicate always comes out in black and gold. So everybody else is in black and gold except for the one person that stands out. So not to paraphrase Muppets, but, we're kind of, at this point, kind of known for some Muppet things. But I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. And that's the MJF. So this will be interesting. I don't know whether he's going to do something in this one. I do like the idea of Cedric Alexander at some point coming in. I'm a Cedric Alexander fan, so I think he was one of the most underrated wrestlers there for the longest time. Unfortunately, I did not have my glasses, so you guys will have to bear with me. Ultimate 23 Dragon, yeah, thank you for that. Congrats. It's been a long journey, but I'm still making progress, still going down. It's just a little bit at a time, Oh, let's see what else we got. MJF should never be a face, in my opinion. I agree. He is a great heel. He should remain a heel. He does a very good job at a heel. So the Sons of Texas, Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara. And I'll admit, I'm impressed that Dustin Rhodes has been around for so long and he still competes at such a high level. He's another one of those that at a time he put on some pounds. And when he came into the AEW, man, he trimmed up and he looked good. Nice belly to back by Shelton Benjamin. Can Dustin Rhodes really be the Sons of Texas when technically he was born in Florida? Well, that's a good question. So, Josh, the question was on the chat. Can Dustin Rhodes really be the Sons of Texas when technically he was born in Florida? I think he can.
Yes, because what was Dusty and Dick Murdoch's tag team? It was the Texas Outlaws. So he's the son of a Texas outlaw. I don't know,
but I don't think Dusty was from Texas. I think Dusty was from Georgia.
I don't know.
Yeah. So. Dustin, did you wrestle for a big company or just the independent circuit? I just wrestled for the independent circuits. So up in the Midwest area. Same area that Josh and Corey did.
Although, hey, you wrestled for Harley Race more than... Well, you wrestled for Harley Race. I don't know if I wrestled for WLW at all.
Yeah. I wrestled for him a few times. Different names that... Like Trevor Murdoch, at the time he was wrestling for Harley Race under
Trevor Rhodes.
Trevor Rhodes,
Yep.
Dustin Rhodes. Trevor. He kind of looked like him a little bit.
He did,
but But he wrestled as Trevor Rhodes at that time, and I wrestled against him. We've wrestled against one of the guys that used to be in AEW behind the scenes, big in the Ring of Honor, had some issues with AEW and he got let go. But BJ Whitmer, wrestled against him. He's actually really underrated wrestler too, by the way. He was really good. Yeah, I mean, Sammy Guevara is just so light. Bobby Lashley doesn't even have to work to get him up there.
Right. Red Wing saying MJF has never been a face. He just seems that way when dealing with wrestlers more evil than he is. Fair.
But see, I was saying earlier, Josh, when you left, when I'm looking at MJF versus the Hurt Syndicate, I made the comment that, Hurt Syndicate, they come out in black and gold all the time. Black and gold.
Yep.
But here's MJF in a blue suit. And not to kind of, quote basically we're kind of known right now for the Muppets thing, but not to quote them, but one of these things just not like the other.
One of these things
just doesn't belong.
Like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong.
So I think something's gonna eventually happen there. It is. It's just a fact.
Right. Yeah, MJF is actually more color coordinated with Dustin Rhodes than the Hurt Syndicate.
Agreed. I saw a video clip the other day of Dustin Rhodes at one of these Comic-Con autograph signing things and everything. And it was really interesting because he had half of his face painted with the whole red and black thing when he was doing that for a little while.
Yeah.
But then the other half of his face was the gold dust look.
Nice.
And I'm like, that's nice. Catch both of them.
And I don't remember who it was. I heard him in an interview. Somebody had asked him if there's like a meaning behind the different colors and the different face combinations. And he said, yeah, I want more money. And every time I change up my look, they have to put out new action figures.
That's hilarious.
That's
hilarious.
Makes sense. It's all about marketing. It's the same thing where people come out with new t-shirts all the time.
So watch this replay. See this move right here on Sammy?
The Dominator?
The Dominator, but he had like, yeah, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking to myself, you think the thought crossed Sammy's mind of, I've not wrestled somebody like Bobby Lashley. That hurt. Because that look on his face looked painful. And I made the comment earlier, I was talking about Dustin Rhodes, about the fact that he's been wrestling for so long and he's still wrestling at a high level and everything.
Yeah.
But then you stop and look, Shelton Benjamin's been wrestling for over 20 years.
Yep.
And Shelton Benjamin is just so polished with everything he does.
Yeah, but I think that Dustin has more in-ring experience than both Shelton and Bobby Lashley combined.
Absolutely.
Because he's been doing it since the 80s.
Late 80s, yep.
He's got to be one of the
nice
longest active wrestlers out there. I think he's actually been in-ring active longer than everybody else, obviously in WWE or AEW.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are some, like you got, Rock and Roll
Dory
Express.
Funk Jr.
And Dory Funk Jr., but, they come in a couple times a year is about it.
Maybe that, yeah. Would you take this, Josh?
From him, yes. From you, never again. I gave it a few times. I guess, we were talking about the enziguri to the face. And that might be one thing to pat myself on the back. My ability to pull a kick was
it's hard
pretty
to do.
unmatched, at least in our area. Because, like, I did that one where I pressed them up, and then as they came down, a kick to the crotch.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, the Shattered Dreams.
I still remember when, who was it? Remember the Bob Holly? Lay him across the top rope and then do the Bob Holly
I
kick?
took it all the time.
But the funny thing is, I still remember when we were in practice one time and, just camp and trying different moves and stuff like that. And I was talking to the guy that trained us, and I was talking to Trav, and, I was like, I think I want to try this. He goes, okay, this is the one time I'll allow you to kick and make sure your toes hitting him first.
Right,
like,
right.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Especially me having, you and me both, wearing size 13 feet, 13 shoes. It's a lot easier to keep that toe up.
Yeah, yeah. Create a little bit more space.
Miss the mommy daddy button. Yep.
Yes. Shelton Benjamin has been a professional wrestler for approximately 25 years, starting his career in 2000.
Wow.
Yep. And
That's
Rhodes began wrestling professionally in 88.
Yep. I was going to say late 80s. Use the ring. Use the ring. Aubrey, throw him out. Come on.
Red Wing saying, I remember Dustin being the U.S. champ in WCW in the early 90s with the nickname The Natural. Yeah. And I don't know if y'all knew this. I'm sure most of you, or at least some of you probably did. He was the original American Nightmare.
Mm-hmm. Bobby just muscled him up and then cut him in half. That was nice. That was nice. That's being aware of your ring positioning. That was great on Shelton to make sure he was right there.
Oh. I like it.
Wow. Bobby and MJF face to face.
Hey, completely unrelated to wrestling. What do you think about the different flavored Dr. Peppers, strawberries and cream?
I have never been any type of a cream soda fan, ever. Ever. I don't like regular cream soda. I don't like a vanilla cream. I do not like a strawberry cream.
That's not cream soda. It's just strawberries and cream.
It's got the word cream in it. I don't like it. Uh-oh. Sammy's a little crazy. And Botchamania.
Yep. Now, is this match for the AEW titles, or are the ROH on the line as well? No, I think it's just the AEW.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I don't
there it is. All right. Hey, we all got a point on that. So Corey's only up by like 4. we always joke about this.
So it's like a quiz.
Corey winds up watching AEW the least out of the 3 of us, has watched the least amount of it because he just started like last year, and somehow he's able to still pull out these AEW predictions, which I think the prediction championship for us has been vacated because I was the champ last time, but you both got more than me, which means I lost, but neither of you won. So, Red Wing saying, I love the fruit flavored Dr. Peppers. Yeah, I've got the strawberries and cream here. And then I got the cream soda one there. The blackberry one. Oh, that's good.
I disagree.
Although, I'm not sure I would ever dislike anything that is Dr. Pepper. I don't know if it's possible that I would dislike it. David Mathis, hey Josh, he wouldn't like it if it was Steiner cream with the pictures on the can.
You know what? I've had about enough of you. Okay, keep going. I don't care.
That's funny. Yeah. I know what I was doing earlier that I didn't
Tell me.
get done. I was trying to find that. Let's see. How do I search that? My name and MJF. Maybe that'll pull it up. Ha! Sure enough.
What were you looking up? Say it again.
I was trying to find that photo that you had mentioned.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here's my non-wrestling related, but yet fight related info.
Okay.
Somebody decided to take up a new hobby, and this is I'll explain this to the listeners here in a second, but this will be more for you, I guess. And this person who takes up this new hobby, he's got the mentality similar to you, Josh, in the fact that when he decides to do something, he's 100% all in or nothing, or he finds a different hobby type of deal. But this hobby was taking jiu-jitsu classes. Well, this weekend, this young individual had his very first jiu-jitsu tournament that certain people were not invited to because it was his first one and he didn't want to embarrass himself. But look at this picture.
Oh, hey.
That is my second son. He took first place, gold in all of his divisions for just starting off. He had 6 bouts. He won 4 of them by points. One of them he beat with a Kimura. And then the last one he ended up winning with a triangle choke. So he got lots of medals this weekend.
Yeah.
Now, I like this entrance right here. This is a great entrance.
This is a good one.
Rainmaker. That is cool. So for those of you that aren't watching it, basically there's like a almost like a cone-shaped laser lights coming down around him. And then, of course, the fireworks and everything after that. But that was really cool. I like that one. I like that better than making the custodial staff turn around and sweep up all them little fake dollars that fall from the ceiling. Okay.
Yep.
Who's your pick on this one? I'm going with Rainmaker because I'm not a big
Okada
ball fan.
Yeah, got to go with Okada. Corey's going with Okada. You're going with Okada. This one will remain.
Even though I do like Speedball's Karate Kid kick thing, he does a good job executing that, especially when somebody knows how to take it. But it looks like he actually looks like he's been chopped a few times just in the last 24 hours. He's already got marks on his chest.
All right, remind me at the next in-between match, and I'll pull up that image that I found.
Sounds good. Sounds good. What other comments we got going on there? How's the NXT pay-per-view going there, Chris?
Red Wing saying blackberry one is awesome, especially the zero sugar variety. Yeah, I only do zero sugar stuff. Gotta watch my girlish figure.
Maybe I need to try it again because I tried the blackberry zero sugar and I'm just like, it was a little weak for me. And I love blackberry stuff, but it was a little weak for me. So maybe I need to try it again.
Maybe.
Maybe it makes a difference on what you're eating with it, or, maybe that's an issue. I don't know.
Could be. Going with Rainmaker. This is just a great title defense until the Continental Cup tournament. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Speedball's from what, Canada?
Yes.
Canadian wrestler?
Quebec, I believe. Because the French section.
My oldest son just got back from Calgary. He was up in Calgary last week.
Nice.
He had a couple of performances up at almost kind of like a Comic-Con type of thing up there.
Mm-hmm.
Pop. I get a kick out of that every time he does it.
Red Wing saying, I can already tell you what should be the finale of that tournament. Okada versus Omega.
Oh.
Yes, please.
Oh.
Yes,
that
please.
Would be worth admission to the pay-per-view. Nice. So who was our subscriber that turned around and was questioning whether or not he should get this pay-per-view?
That was Flag.
Remember? That was Flag. So Flag, thus far, if you've been watching, what do you think thus far of the pay-per-view? Is it worth it so far or no? Because I can tell you, it's only about halfway done right now.
Right? So good. Christopher saying Okada wins because it's obvious that it will be Okada Omega at All In.
Yep.
Should be at least. Yeah. Ryan Benedict, Dustin, what was your finisher when you wrestled?
I did, believe it or not,
the self-propelled diving
moonsault.
Inverted reverse brainbuster.
That was for one match. One match. No, I did a moonsault off the top rope.
Yes. Yep. We had a few different names for it. The one time that you tried it when somebody was on the table, which I don't know why anybody would ever try that. It's never made sense to me. Because that's like trying to do a moonsault from the bottom rope onto the canvas.
It would have worked if the table wasn't so far away and I picked the wrong corner to jump from.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would have.
But yeah, when he did that one, he hit the table. It fell over. He slid off of it.
No. I went through the table sideways, and my knee hit Horace right in the head. I remember that. My head hit the mat.
Yeah.
My body went sideways through the table, and it broke, but my knee hit his head.
And we called it the self-propelled, diving, inverted and reversed brainbuster.
Yes.
He landed on his head. So, yep. And then I think the other match, or the other time we called it, what was it? Fly Fat Man Fly?
to clean it up, yes. It was more of a Chris Farley comments. If anybody or Chris Farley fans out there know what I'm talking about. Or no, it wasn't Chris Farley. No, it was Jay and Silent Bob in Mallrats. That's what it was. When Silent Bob was flying through the mall.
Oh, yeah.
And Jay ended up making a comment. That's what it was. It wasn't Chris Farley.
Yep. Flag says all but one match has been worth it.
Let's see if we can guess that in one match. It wasn't the CEO, because that was a great match. FTR was a good match. And honestly, the stretcher match was a good match. It's just bloody.
But maybe not a fan of all the blood. Or it could have just been that tag
Could be.
match.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think the last match, the Hurt Syndicate match, it was okay. It's not that I don't think that was pay-per-view worthy.
Yep.
And I think this one's a filler match for me.
Christopher John, just curious, why did you choose to watch AEW over NXT? Because we watch AEW more than NXT. I don't watch any NXT. I tried watching some years ago. I used to watch it back when it was black and gold type era. But then when NXT 2.0 came out, they lost me. Mm-hmm. Then they tried the new kind of regime, and there's just too many that they're okay. But they're okay. That's just about it. There's too many in developmental for me.
Yep.
When it comes to NXT. So I just don't watch it on a regular basis. So because I don't watch it on a regular basis when it comes to a pay-per-view or a PLE, I'm going to watch the one I do watch. That's the main reason. If AEW didn't have as much wrestling and WWE didn't have as much wrestling on, maybe I would need to watch more wrestling, and it would probably be TNA instead of NXT.
And y'all got to keep in mind, too, that, if this was our full-time job, by all means, I would probably be watching TNA, Ring of Honor, NXT, things like that, because I would have more time to do so. But
I've actually watched more Ring of Honor in the last couple years than I have TNA or NXT.
Oh, I haven't.
I paid the $10 a month for the Honor Club for several months. And yeah, and I would watch, because to me it was worth it just for, like they would do some that they weren't pay-per-views, but they were kind of pay-per-views that they were doing. And so I would do it just for that. But then again, I also paid for a subscription to New Japan World for, I don't know, a few months.
Well, I can say my extra $10 went to Netflix, so I didn't have to sit through those commercials for Raw. That's the only reason.
Wait, you can get rid of commercials on Raw?
For an extra $10, yeah.
So what? Why do I not know this, and why don't I do it?
I don't know if... Hold on.
Or is it only on like an individual, not on a family plan?
I think it's...
no, I don't have they don't have a family plan.
So here's the deal. When it's live, yes, you still have some of the commercials.
Oh, okay.
However,
on the
I
replay,
usually end up
don't.
watching it on the replay. I don't have any.
Yep. Yeah, I got that plan then.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back in here. Red Wing saying, I would say a potential best of 7 might be necessary for Okada and Omega since All Out is in Toronto this year. Kenny winning that match series in his own country would be amazing. True.
Yep.
Alex Devine, how many have I missed? All but this. I don't know. I've got the update on the ticker of what matches have happened and what matches are still to come. So check those. Christopher Strikelander, like I said, I will never ever take away from the match quality AWA gives us. My problem is just with the follow-up. Because usually after these pay-per-views, there's usually no progression of story. I 100% agree.
Yep.
Like, I cannot agree anymore with this comment. It is... I just went black.
So did I. Okay, now I'm back.
Yep. Oh.
That looked painful.
That looked painful for both of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Okada just put his knees up on a shooting star and...
immediately grabbed his shin.
Yeah.
His right leg.
That looked like he just ate all of it.
He looks like he's in pain too. It
Okay,
came
the
down
replay didn't look as bad.
No, actually, for me, it looked worse because when he came down, Okada's heel came down and hit the mat with Bailey's weight still coming down on his shin.
Okay.
He's limping a little bit, but I think he's okay. Nothing's broke.
Yeah. So back to Christopher's comment. The progression of the story, 100% agree. There have only been a few storylines where they have done a progression of the story coming out. Like going back to MJF versus Punk, that feud, there was a progression of the storyline. MJF and Adam Cole, there was a progression of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Everything Tony Storm does, there seems to be a progression coming out of it. And that's
about it.
About it.
Yeah.
There's a few that they've been trying to do a little bit better, but it's just not quite there. Oh.
Ow.
Yo.
Okada's got a great drop
kick. Yo. That drop kick. Speedball is standing in the middle turnbuckle, and Okada jumps up and hits him like right in the sternum. And Okada was on the mat, so like he got his feet up 7 feet.
Yeah.
Because Okada's 6 something, and his feet were well above his head.
I mean, Okada's pretty strong. He's got to be, what, 6'3"?
Yeah, I think something like that. Flag is saying the match that he didn't like was FTR match.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And I think the reason we might have liked it a little more was just because it had Nigel in it.
Yeah, I'm a Nigel fan. No, thank you.
Crazy.
No, thank you. No bueno.
Uh, 2:50 a.m. Just got in at 2 a.m. Missed all but this. 2:50 a.m. Where are you at? Over in UK?
That's what I'm thinking.
Let us know, Alex, because we were just talking about how people are catching these and we're able to stream and chat. Oh, the knees again from all over the world. But yeah, 2:50 a.m. You're 4 hours ahead of me.
And I'm Eastern at 9:50.
6 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, so he's 5 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, Christopher John saying makes sense with kind of why we're choosing this over NXT. I would like watching more NXT, especially now that they're pulling in some more people that I've enjoyed and wanted to see. You know, Jordan Grace, Stephanie Vacour, Julia. Now Julia's up on the main roster, so that's cool. But yeah, like those guys, I really kind of want to see some more of it. But only got so much time.
You got to give Okada credit, man. He's taking these kicks.
Yeah,
he's not like blocking them. He's taking them.
This is good. This is good.
This is better than I thought. I'm not a huge Speedball fan, but this has been a good match.
Yeah, Alex Devine in the UK, Liverpool.
Yeah. Liverpool.
Chris Strikelather saying it was time for Miles Bourne versus Obafemi for the NXT title. Joe Hendry versus Trick Williams for the TNA Championship is main event.
It's going to be good.
There's 4 more guys that I would get a kick out of watching. So,
well, and Trick Williams against Joe Hendry, that is for the TNA title. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the TNA I would say Trick Williams is going to win that one, but because it is, I don't see Trick Williams coming to TNA. I don't see them letting him go, so I'm going to have to say Joe Hendry on that one. That's my prediction. And another back kick. Wow.
Anthony Thompson saying, old school better than some of these matches. You're not wrong. There's a lot of good old school wrestling. And it doesn't matter how old school you want to go.
And the Rainmaker right afterwards.
That was awesome. For those that ain't watching it, haven't seen this, Speedball just went up to do the shooting star like double knee, and in mid shooting star, Okada jumps up and drop kicks him in the face, and then hits the Rainmaker.
Wow.
It's just like the timing on that. Here's a replay. The timing. He gets him right in the face.
Right in the chin, yep.
Wow.
That was good.
David Mathis, yeah, Dustin explained it.
What did I explain?
I don't know. Never mind. You just did, Dustin. I don't know.
You're welcome.
When is Moxley dropping the belt to Ospreay? At All In, would be my guess. Christopher John saying, I don't usually watch AEW or NXT, so I was just curious why I decided on one. Ordinarily, I'd be watching YouTube videos. Yeah, that was, main reason.
That explains why he's watching us.
Awesome. YouTube videos.
Welcome.
Why are people firing off fireworks right now? 4th of July isn't for almost 2 months. Nearly jolted me out of my bed right now. It's Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, they're doing it here too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, like, here in our town, I think we've got fireworks that you can fire off pretty much from, like, Memorial Day through Labor Day.
We have time limits here. You got, except for the holidays, you can't fire them off past 10 o'clock at night, or you're not supposed to, but they do.
Well, I think ours is, like, Memorial Day to Labor Day, except for a few. Like, New Year's, you can fire them off around New Year's, and I think Christmas, something else. But other than that, yeah, and those are, I think, midnight. Other than that, Memorial Day to Labor Day, I think, is 10 every night, except for, like, the weekend prior to the 4th to the weekend after the 4th. That one, I think it's midnight the whole time.
I want to say ours is like, it's like on New Year's and 4th of July, I think you can go up until 2 o'clock. Other than that, everything has to be 10 o'clock, I think.
Yep.
If I remember right.
All
right, who you picking?
There you go.
Oh, yeah. There's your pick.
You guys wanted to see it. There's the picture.
MJF,
that was from
Roosh.
AEW. Yeah.
That's Josh in the middle. No, that's not me in there. I'm not there.
No. Yeah, so that's MJF and Roosh right on our lap. That was a fun one. And yes, I knew the cameras were on me. We were sitting across from hard cam. So yes, I played it. Whoa! Of course, you got to. It was so much fun. It's fun to mark out. They never finished MJF versus Cole round 2. This is true, but that was on Cole getting injured, I think, is kind of why they dropped that. Either that or MJF going and filming Happy Gilmore 2. Red Wing, Memorial Day's tomorrow, probably why, yep. But probably, yeah, there we go. I'm behind on these comments. Don't mind it most of the time, but today is not one of those days. Kalani
We'll
Jordan
make your prediction on this.
To be pushed
And
up.
then we'll go back.
Tony Storm. Yeah.
I agree. Tony Storm.
Tony Storm gets this one. What was Corey's pick? I think the same thing.
Tony Storm. Yep.
Yep.
It was.
Oh, and what was that last? What did we just? Oh yeah, we all got Okada.
Yep.
Corey's up by 2.
I'm down by 3.
You have 3. I've got 5. Corey has 7.
Okay, so I'm down by 4 on him. Huh? 4?
Yeah, you're down by 4 on him. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. I don't know. Maybe I paid attention.
I think I've missed 3 total. Because I missed 1 in the buy-in. I missed the FTR. I missed the... Oh, yeah, I missed the CEO. What was the other one I missed?
Hold on, and I'll tell you.
Oh, and I missed the Briscoe.
All right, so you figured it out.
Yep.
So I don't have to tell you.
Nope. I missed 4.
Christopher Strike Leather is 6-1. Corey is undefeated right now. He's like,
yeah, I know.
Perfect. Anthony Thompson's 5-2, tied in there with me. Christopher's going with Tony retains. David says, Dustin, you're always behind on the trivias too. Laugh out loud.
At least I'm consistent.
Yep. Christopher was saying, since Jordan Grace lost, I could see her showing up on the main roster tomorrow night on Raw. Yeah, I think she definitely needs to be showing up soon. Maybe put her in against Charlotte.
Well, Charlotte's on SmackDown, though.
All right, well, have her show up on Friday then. Alex Devine saying, for pure in-ring, AEW is by far the best. Yes, I would agree with that. For pure wrestling storylines, WWE by far the best. For pure in-ring, AEW by far the best. And that's that's keeping into consideration even having NXT, TNA, throw them both in there, and Ring of Honor even. Red Wing says, that pick is awesome. Yeah. That one was one of the... I think it was somebody from like either a local paper or it was actually Wells Fargo Arena. It was one of their photographers that snapped that, and I was like, that's awesome. Christopher says, I know this is way out there, but I could see Moxley retaining it All In and then losing at Wrestle Dream. Since Wrestle Dream, it'll be exactly 1 year since he won the title.
But don't forget, they have All In, and then 2 weeks later this time they have All Out, right? Instead of having it back-to-back weeks like they did last year?
Yeah.
Because last year it was like 1 week was All In, the very next week was All Out, because I remember I had that fee for paying 2 back-to-back AEW pay-per-views was a little
They
hefty.
have All In, but I think All Out isn't until like August or September. Because that's where All Out is in the UK somewhere.
Gotcha.
Or is it or Forbidden Door is in the UK. I don't remember.
You got your computer there.
I do have it. I'm still not looking it up.
After this match, I'm gonna have to switch cameras, so you'll have to bear with me.
I guess I do have the pay-per-views, PLEs, pretty quick reference here. All In is July 12th. Forbidden Door is August 24th. All Out is September 20th.
Oh, okay. So they're a good month and a half away. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Wasn't it last year that they were like back-to-back weeks?
Yep, there was.
I hated that.
Yeah,
because it was All Out was the violent one that I did not get. Or maybe I did. I don't remember.
I don't remember. And yeah, All Out's the one that is in Toronto. All In is in Texas. Forbidden Door's in London.
This is why I don't do good with the quizzes, because I don't remember.
Yeah, hard to keep those up. Yep, Red Wing got us. Forbidden Door is in the UK. All Out is in Toronto in September. Yep. I don't know. Yeah, Thelka could come out here. Tony Storm has got some red on, and those fishnet things kind of have a spider web look to them. Anthony Thompson saying, does AEW have enough ladies for an all-ladies PLE? Yeah.
I think between Ring of Honor and AEW, yeah, they could.
Between Ring of Honor and AEW, they would. Yeah, they could pull it off. It may not be the 10-match pay-per-view that we're used to. Easily a 5 or a 7, 8 feasible. But yeah, they've got enough.
Because you got like Ring of Honor, you got the Renegade Twins, you got Athena, you got Billy Starks, you got a bunch of them in Ring of Honor.
Yeah, Sky Blue,
Lady Frost.
Yep. Queen Aminata.
Yep. Serena Deeb.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention, I mean, they've been pretty good about bringing a few in here and there.
Absolutely. Nice leg whip.
I would love to see more cross promotional stuff. I mean, I'm glad AEW, really started doing that with Forbidden Door, working with New Japan, and then even when they were working with AAA as well. I like that they're still working with CMLL. I like seeing WWE work with TNA.
Yep. Agreed.
And even allowing some of theirs to go over to Barnett's thing, as well as NWA.
That was awesome.
That's good.
Good job, Luther.
Oh, wow. There we go.
I like it.
Red Wing saying, yeah, and don't forget the women that visit from Japan for AEW as well. Yeah, absolutely. Right. That, or like just this last week, one of CMLL's ladies was there. Was that on Collision, I think? It was Mercedes versus... Nope, can't remember.
I don't remember. I didn't watch Collision yet. I'm trying to play catch up. That was pretty good.
But yeah, so the long answer is yes. If WWE have an all-ladies PLE, they need to have one too with most recent departed ladies from WWE signing with them. Pick up Katana Chance and
Carter.
Yeah. As well as Dakota Kai, Shotzi Blackheart.
Bring in Indy Hartwell.
Well, she's now with TNA, isn't she?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, she would have been a good one. But yeah, I mean, that would be... And if Tony Khan was really petty, which I don't think he truly is. I think he's maybe a little reactionary. I wouldn't say petty. But if he was petty like WWE has been at times in the past, he would just run an all ladies pay-per-view right when WWE does the women's evolution thing.
Right.
If he was petty. However, I think he truly loves the wrestling business, so he won't do it because he won't want to take away from the spotlight that they get at that moment.
Right. Plus, he'll want to watch to see what kind of people he can bring in later on.
Right? Yeah. Picking up Sonya Deville would give Marina Shafir a run for her money.
Agreed.
Maybe.
What was your thoughts about Zoe Starks just destroying her knee on Friday night? Or Monday night.
So I grew up watching wrestling in the 90s. That was like the primary stuff. So anytime I see anybody do any type of a drop kick or kick from the ropes or the turnbuckle,
Sid Vicious.
I don't like it. Even if they're good at doing it, I still don't like it. The only one that I've come remotely close to liking is if they do like the water boy or the shotgun drop kick, like that from the top, because you're just taking a back bump. Okay, your feet are up the whole time. But when they're down and you're kicking out and I feel bad for her. That looked disgusting.
It scares me when they, male or female, doesn't matter, when they jump off the top rope, whether it's, like a shooting star press or whatever it is, they jump off and then they hit both feet and then they kind of jump forward and do a roll forward. Mm-hmm. That scares me every time they do that. I'm thinking, if your legs are straight, you're going to blow your knees backwards doing that.
Yep. Sean saying Zoe needs to change her style up drastically once she returns and stop the high flying as her body can't.
I agree.
She has a look that she just doesn't need to. Just
need to do the high flying?
Yeah. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Like this guy over here, just because he can do a Canadian destroyer, never should have done one. Yeah, Anthony saying,
but I did it.
Fortunate injury for Zoe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bronson Reed just came back from injury from jumping off the cage, right? Jumping or falling, however you want to describe what he did off the cage.
Falling with style, like Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah. David saying, Josh, did you see the Sid Vicious one? Yeah, that's what I was referring to. No, don't want to see it. Anthony Copeland too, right? Just stop doing it. Adam Cole jumping off the ramp onto the ground. That's just a fluke.
Yeah. He could have done that 100 times and still never had that happen to him.
Ooh, Mike Santana will be wrestling on NXT this Tuesday. Nice.
Really?
Nice.
I might watch the NXT on Tuesday then.
I might. The last time I think I watched NXT was when I knew Joe Hendry was going to show up. Because, when they had announced it. What was that?
It was like a jumping sling blade. Not sling blade. What is it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, sling blade.
Sling blade, yeah.
I shouldn't be drinking this much pop.
Soda for us southern folk down here.
Pop.
Okay, another sign language. Pop. Soda. Take your middle finger. Pop. Soda.
Not to be confused with.
That would not be pop. That would be poop.
Had an extra one.
Isn't that the same thing that Ricochet does?
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
That's what I thought.
Kind of. Yeah, Mike Santana versus Tavion Heights.
Tavion Heights. Not familiar with Tavion
Isn't
Heights.
Tavion like the kind of the younger high flyer, flippy floppy all over the place, bouncing, springing off like the bottom rope, and
Yeah, I don't know.
think. Red Wing. Sid Vicious had so many issues doing anything off of a turnbuckle. So him jumping off of it, I knew it was going to be gruesome or awful for him.
Yep.
Figure 4?
That was smooth.
That was a smooth roll through. Dustin, at least he isn't
Yes.
someone who calls everything a Coke. That's the weirdest way to refer to them.
Yep. That's like everybody in Texas, I think, isn't it? Everything's a Coke.
Well, the first time I was in Atlanta, it was a Coke.
Well, that's just because they got the Coke factory in Atlanta.
Well, it could be, but it was
Which,
at some chicken restaurant. I don't even remember which one it was, but all they had was Pepsi. So when I ordered
they called it Coke.
Pepsi, they're like, "So you want a Coke?" I was like, "Whatever."
So speaking of, if you ever go down there by they got the Coke Museum, Coke Factory, whatever you want to call it, down there by downtown Atlanta. If you ever get down there, they have a room after you go through the whole tour and everything. They have a room at the end. It's called the tasting room. And they have, across the world, they have like over 100 different variations of Coke products. And the most famous one down there, Italy, they don't make it anymore, but Italy used to have a version called the Beverly, which they talk about as you're going through the tour. That was so close. And if you've ever been there and you tried the Beverly, you will never forget the Beverly. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Tony Storm retains.
And it was clean.
It was a clean one. And she's still
all right,
selling
Tony
the
Storm
electric
with
champ.
a clean pin, no outside interference, no debuts yet.
And Luther's back there crying.
Selling the knee, good job. Christopher Strikeleather saying Tavion is part of No Quarter Catch crew with Charlie Dempson, Ren Sinclair, Miles Bourne. I was thinking of Javon Evans.
Okay.
Or yep. That's right. Anthony Thompson. Heyman has the new Dangerous Alliance with Braun, Seth, Bronson, and Becky joining soon. Oh man. Add Becky in there and call them the new Dangerous Alliance. Just call them the Dangerous Alliance.
Yeah. All right, they're going to smooch.
Don't do it.
Nope, here comes the other one. No.
Red Wing saying in Michigan it's called Pop, unless it's Fago or Verner's. What do you call them? Because I don't even remember. Isn't Verner's like a ginger ale?
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
I could be wrong. Let me know, Red Wing. Fago would be a pop, I think. Because isn't Fago just one of those that it's kind of, I mean, it's like the different fruit flavored
The
stuff.
Orange or whatever.
Orange,
grape, yeah.
pineapple, grape, yeah. Strawberry, all those. Gotta respect AEW. They do the most stacked pay-per-views now apart from Mania.
Agreed.
Facts. Like, and that's the one thing I do like about it. It's like, I feel like I really got my money's worth. Because they're long, and it's lots of matches. So, ooh, here comes
All
Anarchy
right.
in the Arena.
And those usually start right off the bat. So who you picking? Who you picking?
Hold on.
Death Riders or the other ones? Look, he's bleeding during a promo. Good call. He is bleeding.
It's Riders and Bucks. Right?
Yep.
Riders and Young Bucks versus Omega, Nightingale, Swerve, and the Ops.
I'm going with Riders and the Bucks.
Man, Corey went with Riders and the Bucks. I don't want to have to go with Riders and the Bucks. But
Well, if you go with the other ones and you win, then all of a sudden you're catching up with Corey. I'm so far behind, it doesn't matter. So, bet it all.
yeah, I'll
go
go
big or
with
go home.
I'll go with Omega and the Ops. I'll go the opposite of you guys just for this one.
There you
So
go.
I might as well.
Because then after this,
Christopher
all you
saying-
got is Hangman and
well, it could be no, because we still got Paragon, the trios match. Paragon
What?
versus Don Callis family.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, we still got that one as well.
Okay. Did he just curse?
I think he did. And speaking of which, I just got to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Excalibur said, "I saw Justin Roberts just put a 20 in the swear jar this morning, and now I know why. Because he said a no word." But get ready for some jaw dropping on this one. They already have the ambulance out there. They're getting ready. Swerve's the first one out. What is he coming out in? He's got like some alien predator looking outfit on. It is a predator outfit. Yep. He's got a predator from the movies outfit. That's actually kind of cool. He spent some money on that one. I mean, it's complete with the shoulder pads and the little gun thing on the left shoulder that has the laser beam. He's got the whole predator mask. The knives that come out the right wristband thing. He's cosplaying. They even did the cosplay stuff, though, that when Jade Cargill was in there, she used to come out with as Storm from X-Men and stuff like that. I'm pulling up my phone for some comments again.
Or would you like me to?
That would be fine. I was just saying, Swerve just came out in a Predator outfit.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool. I mean, he had complete with the little laser gun thing on the side.
Okay, so we're talking about the stacked shows, and Christopher says, I just wish the shows would end before midnight.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, but it's like, do they start them earlier or what? I don't know. So with Faygo, it's whatever flavor pop it is, and with Verner's, it's ginger ale. We just call it by the brand's name. Yeah, okay. I get that. I guess I do. When I've ordered a ginger ale around here, yeah, we just say ginger ale or whatever the brand is. And Faygo, we don't really have here.
Faygo's kind of like Fanta, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be like I think like a Fanta or what's the other one I'm thinking of?
Sunkissed?
No.
See, it's the blue shirt guy.
It's
the blue tank top down there. The Ops. But no Samoa Joe. There's Powerhouse and Shibata. Where's Joe? Okay, I'm confused now. Because you got Powerhouse, you got Hobbs, you got Shibata. But they announced Samoa Joe, but I don't see Samoa Joe. That tells me Samoa Joe's already in the back fighting with somebody or getting jumped or something.
It could be. All right, where were we at? Sorry,
And
I
see, Swerve's
had a
asking,
message,
where's
got
Joe?
distracted. Yep. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. Back here.
Yeah,
Werner's
he's
Ginger,
jumped.
brand's her name. Yeah, Fanta would be one. I was thinking of the Mexican pop, Jarritos. Because we got a lot of that around here, and it is tasty.
He come out with a Captain America shield. What
He
is
did.
this, cosplay night?
It's Kenny Omega. He always is in cosplay.
Yeah, but I mean, he came out with Predator. Now you got Captain America, and you got Willow Nightingale dressed up like a little rascal. I don't know what she's dressed up as.
Christopher saying, I'm going with the babyface team tonight. I don't know what I missed, but David says, that's the story of your life, Dustin. Laugh out loud. Probably, oh, yeah, you can't win, no matter what you try.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Ops, Omega, and Swerve is what Anthony's going with. Red Wing saying, to be honest, there are no winners in the anarchy in the arena. It's just whichever side is less injured. Facts.
Agreed. Didn't Santana got hurt in a oh, that was in the on the cage one though.
Yeah. Prince Nana, always the weak link for Swerve. I love Nana.
He's hilarious.
Jade Cargill is Storm.
Right. Yeah, we were talking about the cosplay thing, and I said they did it back then too.
Adam Cole does some pretty awesome cosplay outfits. Yep, there's a lot of them to do. Christopher Stricklander, Alex Devine saying, Christopher, it's 3 a.m. here, bro. Think about that. Yeah. Yeah, see, Sean Hayes know what it's talking about. Jarritos. Oh, they're so good. Have they got him chained up or something? Alex Devine, Christopher saying, I did live over there a few years, and the time difference was always rough. Fanta with way more variety of flavors, plus it comes with 24-ounce bottles, not 20-ounce ones. David was saying Crush. Yeah.
Crush, yeah. I like a good Crush.
Oh, what a Crush.
So Wheeler Yuta kind of reminds me of Cousin It right now.
Who was it? I just heard maybe it was in one of our comments, maybe it was something I found somewhere else, but there was somebody else that they had initially thought of for Blackpool Combat Club, but then they got in trouble or something. So then
I don't know.
Wheeler Yuta got thrown in the mix instead.
Wow. Did you see what Wheeler Yuta just did with a fan?
Uh-uh.
He was walking down the stairs. A fan reached out and did the old pat on the shoulder, chest area. And Wheeler Yuta just threw his arm back real quick like that at the fan. Acting all big, bad, and tough.
Marina
And
Shafir.
he's a tough kid. So
Saw her at Wrestling Revolver. Did I tell you what she did coming out?
the socks?
Yeah, she walks to the ring wearing socks. And then as soon as she got right on the ring, she takes her socks off and throws them in the crowd right at us, and I had to dodge her stinky socks.
That's disgusting.
I'm sure there was somebody out there with a fetish that would have wanted them, but no.
It wasn't you.
Was not me.
Pied Piper? What is? Uh-oh. Justin Roberts reading something. Four score to 6 years ago.
Jeez.
Oh, this is so funny.
This is hilarious.
This is awesome.
A land of prosperity for all wrestlers for generations to come.
Even allowed the highly ungrateful to wrestle. They gonna come out on a horse too, or what? Shibata's just like, what the heck is this? This is stupid. It's so stupid. It's fun.
What are they coming out in? Yep, they did. Hey, they went kind of cosplay. Red Wing, are we getting one of those long Justin Roberts Kenny intros right now? It was for the Young Bucks as the founding fathers, and it was like the Declaration or the Gettysburg Address. So it was four score and six years ago. Our founding fathers established, and it was just like, it was the dumbest thing.
It was funny. And
and they're coming out in kind of like a colonist red coat type of a garb that they've got on. It's ridiculous.
There's Joe.
Joe was up in the crowd behind Claudio.
Joe's gonna kill ya.
Joe's Ultimate 23. The heck am I listening to? Yep, pretty much. Yeah.
I do like the picture.
So it wasn't just Justin Roberts. Like, he reaches as soon as the music hits, and it's like, little drummer boy type stuff. He reaches in his chest pocket, pulls out this parchment, and starts reading it.
So when you went off to the restroom, Josh, I don't know if you heard or not. You remember me making the comment? Did Justin Roberts just cuss?
Yeah.
Excalibur made the comment. Well, I did see Justin Roberts put 20 in the swear jar. Now I know why.
All right. David Mathis saying that Daniel Garcia was supposed to be in the group BCC, and then it got scrapped.
That's right. What is Marina? Owie! Oh!
A suplex on the barricade by Marina Shafir to Willow. Okay. The worst part about the anarchy in the arena is...
too much going on.
Well, I don't know where to look. I mean, at least they've got 4 different cameras following the action, so I appreciate that rather than cut in and cut out. Although now they cut into the ring. But no, it's the music that they keep playing through it.
Yep.
Because we've still got the drums and...
There you go. I'm so excited. Kenny's like, change the music, so they put this on.
Change the music. I'm so excited. Well, I think I like it.
Tony Khan likes to pay out a lot in music. I mean, they did the same thing for the final countdown, too.
Yep. Yeah, how do we... He just said it. Excalibur's like celebrating 6 years of AEW.
Mm-hmm.
But has it really been 6 years? It was 6 years ago that they had their first Double or Nothing, so their first event. But that means we've only had 5 years.
Okay, Kenny's talking. What's...
Yeah, didn't they replace Garcia with Neville? Maybe.
Some 2000s.
One thing I will always miss is William Regal doing all the food flirting with Excalibur during the BCC days.
Yeah. There you go.
Drowning
Let
pool
the
bodies.
Yeah. The bodies hit the floor.
And is that live? Or is it just piped in?
Oh, it's piped in.
Okay.
And they're still wearing their coats.
Yep.
That's hilarious. And Moxley hasn't started bleeding yet. I'm impressed.
Wasn't Cody there 8 years ago? 7, I think. But that was the first All Out. Or was it All In? All Out. I don't know.
What a night. Hobbs is bleeding. Joe's gonna kill ya. Yeah, Moxley's pulling out Abdullah the Butcher right now.
Yep, he's got the fork. And teeth.
He's jabbing him in the neck with it. I mean, this is just, I mean, it's somebody wearing a Hot Rod Roddy Piper shirt. That's hilarious. This is just, I mean, it's Kenny's flying.
Yep.
No, he's not. I apologize, folks, for not talking, but there's just a lot of action going on right now. It's kind of hard to.
Yeah.
Superplex into the security guards.
Yeah. All of the local indie talent down there getting ready to catch.
Yep, they're like, no, don't do it, don't do it.
Yo.
What? You see something I don't? Uh-oh. Hip toss. Beal. Into the guys. Yep.
Yep. That was that.
And now Kenny's going to dive. Using Hobbs as a steady. Yep. Moonsault.
Oh.
No. Hobbs don't. I thought Hobbs was going to jump, and I'm like, no, you're too big to be doing that. I don't know. Somebody might be losing $100. I haven't seen Moxley bleed yet. Curb stomp. Got the fork again.
Yeah, Anthony Thompson just said Trick just won the TNA belt, in case you missed it. I saw that and I was like, whoa. And I just pulled it up on Twitter. TNA Wrestling says, and new.
Wow. Impressive. That's interesting. See, I even lost that prediction.
Oh.
And no, Moxley's not bleeding. That is Hobbs's blood on him.
Yeah. Anthony Mox Abdullah.
Yeah.
Abdullah the Moxley the Butcher.
I like Moxley the Butcher. Yeah.
I miss Mox in WWE, Flag says, but he fits here better. Yeah. He's more comfortable. It's more him. Yeah, still got the colonists garb still on.
That is a trip right there.
With their photos on the back of it.
They must have forgot to hit the tanning booth or something like that. So
something. Swerve hitting the gritty. And they just restarted bodies.
That's about the second or third time. I was wondering where the ladies were.
Christopher Strikeleather says, that means Mike Santana will be the next TNA champion because he said he's getting the winner. Well, that's a smart way of taking it off of one and getting it on the other.
Yeah.
Alex Devine, I can hear Jim Cornette having a fit over this match.
Yes, you can. She's busting the bottle on Shavir's head. Through the table. Nope. That table didn't budge a bit.
Did she just hit her in the stomach with that?
She did. Oh. Shibata's chops are just
Shibata's chops. Go outside, go back inside.
It's too cold outside.
Yeah. Moxley is not being a clown wearing bear suits in AEW like he did in WWE.
Yep.
True. Although I don't think during the new regime and the new direction, I don't think anybody's going to be doing that. At least not unless they want to.
I don't know, some of the outfits I've seen Seth wear, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Again, unless they want to.
Right.
I'm surprised Seth hasn't done that just as a shout out to Mox.
Barbed wire.
Oh. And that's real barbed wire.
Yeah. Oh!
Ooh. Ooh. A penalty kick with your shin wrapped in barbed wire?
They did a kip up in the coats.
Red Wing saying, plus now Joe Hendry can let that shoulder heal and eventually either win the TNA title back or sign and win the NXT title when his contract expires later this year.
I can see that happening. Moxley's got a trash can. Or not Moxley, Kenny.
Trash cans. Into the LED board.
Nice.
There you go. Knee trigger. Oh, ate it.
Canadian Destroyer.
House call. Oh. Yeah, this one's fun.
Oh. Giant swing.
Giant swing out there.
Oh! And the music stopped right then. Those are fake. Wow.
Kenny loves using trash cans, barbed wire, brooms in this type of match. Yeah, throw it all. Wouldn't it be ironic if Roman, Punk, Mox, and Jacob versus Heyman's Alliance?
Roman, Punk, Mox, and Jacob. That would be interesting. That's a heavy-duty frying pan too.
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's not a dollar store special.
Mm-mm.
Ouch. Yeah, I didn't hear the ting of that one.
Nope, and she's running from it. I love how Claudio is supposed to be a heel, but when he does the giant swing, he is cheered more than the baby faces. Yep. True. There are just certain things that you just got to cheer for. What is she doing?
I don't know, but Shavir's bleeding too. Mox isn't yet, but yeah, somebody's losing like $100 and $500 and however much they bet.
It ain't over
yet. I should have taken that bet. That's true. Oh. Oh, through the ear. Josh, I'm going to close. What do I got? 19%. I'm good.
Oh. She just wrapped a chain around
and then pierced
the
her ear.
Post and then set a padlock through the gauge in her ear and on the chain. You know, as much as you can hate on the Bucks, they are one of the most innovative tag teams that there is.
They are amazing.
And, I mean, it's just funny that they called their finisher the Meltzer Driver. So, was he just taking...
Stabbed him in the back with a piece of table.
A broken shard of the table? What's wrong with you guys? Skillet with balance. Oh. Somebody was watching old episodes of Dinosaur to hone in their frying pan skills before this match. Not the mama. I'm the baby. Gotta love me. Man, I'm glad Moxley no longer wears bear suits. Yeah. Much better watching the Unbucks wear 1850s English garment.
Not by much, but yeah.
But again, if you want to wear it, go ahead and wear it. But if you don't, and you're just afraid if you don't, you're going to get, fired. That's one thing. Craziness.
Please help
Willow.
Help
Willow chance.
He's going up.
And David Mathis, my 4-year-old son loves watching only that part where he says, "Not the mama," over and over all the time. Yeah.
Oh, did you see what just happened?
Senton?
He did a swanton, but he ended up
Hitting
low
low
on his feet, and he smacked
back.
his head right into the. Yeah, that looked painful.
Undershot the table.
Yeah, he's hurting. His brother and the refs right there checking on him. Stabbing Shibata with the flagpole.
The founding fathers flagpole. I wonder who's going to take the pin on this. Although if I'm going with the faces, then I would say it's likely to be Wheeler Yuta that takes the pin.
I think Hobbs is going to take it.
Oh.
Swerving forklift.
Nana dancing on the back of it.
Double stomp.
Double stomped on the Bucks off of a forklift pallet. That's crazy.
These wild kids.
I totally forgot about this, Christopher. Christopher Strikeleather saying, "Have we had a Gabe Kidd appearance yet?"
No.
We have not, and I forgot about that. But then who do we get that comes out on the other side if Gabe Kidd comes out? Anybody? If we're thinking that the faces are going to win?
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Nana's got the key. Willow's getting set free. Red Wing saying, I had the Dinosaurs' Big Song album on cassette back in the 90s. One of the weirdest albums ever. It was one of the weirdest shows ever. And yet it was still enjoyable. Marina just hit Hobbs with a chair and he no-sells it.
So did Claudio. You messed up. Not messed.
Willow was just a hair late on that.
Yep.
Ooh. Red Wing saying Kota Ibushi or Minoru Suzuki would be my guess to even out Gabe Kidd. Ibushi? Yeah, Ibushi. Ibushi's a good one. I could see that. Anarchy is a chaotic falls count everywhere match. Yes.
Pretty much, yep.
Yes. Christopher says, if Eddie Kingston was healthy, it would make sense for him since Kidd was the one to injure Kingston. Yeah, that would make sense. Oh! Dueling 450s from one of the Bucks, and was it Matt or Nick? I don't remember.
I'm about to lose you, Josh. My phone's about to. I'm gonna switch. Oh, a stapler to the back. All right, I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna switch phones. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. A staple. A staple, and it's right in the middle of his back. And Hobbs just grabbed the stapler and stapled himself with it. And Swerve gets it and gives one. And gives one to Mox too. I think there we're going to get some... how is this better than Russo's booking? I'll wait. There's actually a progression and decent match storytelling with this. I never understood Russo's booking. This I can understand. It's just escalating violence. Russo's I never got. New Jack staple gun for sure. Where is Nick Gage when you need him? Nope, they need the Deathmatch King. No. Staple tongue, Swerve, no. No. Nope. Nope, couldn't watch it. Could not watch that. Willow with the double spear on the Bucks. Snapdragons all around. What is Marina? Marina just spit in Omega's face. Forklifts, always progressive. Well, I meant like progressing in the escalation of it. And after you just had the Bucks kind of jumping off of the LED board, you had to get something that was slightly higher than that to... Oh. And now we're going to super kick the referee. Or at least one of them. Where's the golf cart? We usually see one in every Anarchy in the Arena match. I haven't seen it. Not saying... Are they going to give a Meltzer driver to Willow? Nope. But Willow and Serve giving a Meltzer driver to Matt Jackson? Yeah, we need Sammy Guevara for the golf cart. Yeah, it usually is one somewhere. Yeah, this is... I don't even know what to... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this one's good. Hook came out. Hook. Yeah, maybe. He said he needed to switch phones.
What's that?
Anthony Thompson saying Dustin took his bathroom break.
I did that as well, switch phones.
Yeah, Christopher Strikeleather saying, I'm not hating on this match because I did watch old school ECW, but at the same time, these things are not my cup of tea. There's Gabe Kidd now. Out there with the briefcase. I like a certain level of hardcore wrestling. I'm not a fan of deathmatch wrestling. I like hardcore wrestling. We'll put it that way. So, a lot of ECW I got a kick out of. Some of it I didn't.
Glass or thumbtacks?
That's thumbtacks.
No thumbtacks.
In the mouth. Like at this point, yeah. Christopher John, I'm sorry I haven't watched AEW in a while. Didn't realize what it's become. AEW's always had this kind of stuff. AEW to me it's essentially kind of like the best of what you don't see in WWE. That's essentially what they do. So if there's a certain style of wrestling that you don't get to see in WWE or you rarely get to see it, that's what AEW does, and they're just the best at putting that out there. I had to look away. They brought the stapler out.
Did they?
Yeah. Christopher, yeah, the staple gun is as far as I can go. Yeah, when you bring the staple gun out, I mean, I can struggle through some of it. When they grabbed Swerve's tongue in the staple gun, that was like, nope, can't do it. And again, there's a fan base for it. And if you like it and it's your cup of tea, more power to you. That's too far for me. What's the ambulance and the stretcher doing back here?
And there is
Mark Briscoe. He didn't even get cleaned up.
And Gabe Kidd.
He's going straight at Gabe Kidd.
I was just saying, what do you got? Joe. Joe who? Joe Mama.
Powerhouse Hobbs just lawn darted Wheeler Yuta into the ambulance. That was like a Kevin Nash, Rey Mysterio. Brock H saying, so Hook isn't even coming back? He came out, took a golf club, and then left.
His daddy probably said, don't do that. Don't get involved.
Did they just pile them all in the ambulance and shut the door?
But you didn't win. Oh, they still got the, okay.
Oh, they piled the Death Riders in the ambulance and shut it? And now you've and now you've just got the Bucks with Omega and Swerve in the ring.
Okay, this is cool.
A V-trigger and house call.
They timed it really well, too.
Yep. They did that on Dynamite, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And the timing wasn't quite as accurate as this.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Swerve's got thumbtack shoes. Accessorized. Anthony Thompson. Old school ECW Smoky Mountain matches with the gangsters. Better than this.
So what they should have done was put all the Death Riders in there and then turn around and drive the ambulance away.
Yeah, just drive it away.
Oh, and then
he's putting them both on?
The big stomp.
He's going to do a double stomp?
Yep.
Christopher John saying, I'm honestly enjoying it at this point. I just wasn't prepared. Laugh out loud. Hey. Oh, wait. Are we getting the one-winged angel off the stage on that?
Oh.
Where was the explosion from?
Underneath. Oh. That's why they're wearing the coats.
That's why they're wearing the coats. That's why they're wearing the coats. All right. Now I get it. Now it makes sense.
Josh, you're one up now, or you got one step closer.
Now I'm only one behind Corey, but I think
there's got a staple in the tongue.
Yeah, he took a staple in the tongue, and he left it in there, and then finished the match. Swerve, you are a sick, sick man, and
he's living up to the most dangerous man in AEW.
Hats off to everybody in this match just for the punishment that they went through.
Absolutely.
And kept me on the edge of my seat, and it made me cringe. I still have a hard time even looking at that. He's showing it off like it's a new piercing.
But hey, 2 people lost some money because I didn't see Moxley bleed once.
So I think he did when you were gone. Swerve had the stapler, and he wound up getting Moxley in the side of the neck with it.
Okay.
But it wouldn't have been much. So I would say it probably has a trickle, but
it's not like a Mark Briscoe.
Nana had his sprints on during the pre-show. Sean Hayes. Chris John, if you have Max, I honestly suggest AEW from the start of this year. There are a few dud episodes, but overall they've been solid in the year with some really great Dynamite episodes. Yeah. Yep, and Christopher John saying he did still bleed. I think he bled. It was a minor amount, not what I was expecting. I almost wonder if that was like a Mox audible after seeing, Mark Briscoe and how much he did, and be like, yeah, I'm just not gonna.
Right.
Chris saying, I still stand by what I said that Swerve should beat Moxley at Dynasty for the title. Yeah, I would like to see it because as much as I love Will Ospreay. I still think that Swerve is currently more of the face for the company and where it could be and where it goes. Because when we talk about AEW and all of the things that AEW offers, like my little bit of criticism about AEW separate from WWE, basically whatever you don't see on WWE or whatever you rarely see on WWE, that's what you see on AEW, and they have the best of it. When I think about that, Swerve does all of that.
Absolutely.
The high-flying, the lucha style, Swerve does it. Hard-hitting, unique moves, even an ability to tell story, to capture the crowd, to get them in. He holds all of it and does it all. So, yeah.
So there is only one match left. I was thinking there's 2 more matches.
I thought there were 2. Maybe did I miss one? Because I thought we still had Paragon.
I don't think Paragon's wrestling.
Well, before I look, just in case they already wrestled and we missed it, no, they've got to be up next, maybe. I don't know. But there was Paragon. Let's see. What was it? Paragon versus the Don Callis family of Konosuke Takeshita, Josh Alexander, and Kyle Fletcher.
Unless they scrapped it because they just showed Ospreay and Hangman getting ready. There it is.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
There it is. Okay. So who's your pick on this one?
Well, let me see. I'm one behind Corey. Maybe that will change my... Who did he have? He has the Callis family.
The Callis family.
David Mathis saying, bet it all, Josh. Laugh out loud.
Yeah, because it always works well for me.
Yeah, Flag saying, that was a blast, but wow. Worth the price of admission so far? Christopher John saying, appreciate it, guys. I really do. Keep it up. I wish you could do what you three do. As a fan, I'm envious. Wait, there's another match. Hey, Christopher John, there's 2 more matches. So we're not done yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for bleeping yourself out. Yes, we're probably going to be here for another hour.
Yep.
Yeah. It's usually about midnight Eastern when it wraps up. Anthony Thompson saying 7-2. That's where I'm setting. So, you know what? If Corey went with the Callis family...
And I'm going to go with I'm not going to go with the Callis family because I'm so far behind it doesn't matter. So.
Yeah, if he went with the Callis family, and the only other one is Ospreay and Moxley.
Hangman.
Or yeah, and Hangman, not Moxley. I was thinking to All In already.
Yeah.
I'll go with Paragon. Anthony Thompson saying we got 3 more. 3 more matches. Who am I missing? Had that one. Had that one. That one. Yeah, I've only got 2 more matches looking at right now.
Tell us which one we're missing.
Because from what I'm reading and seeing, I think we only got 2.
And Paragon is Cole and them, right?
Yeah, it's basically the Undisputed.
Yeah. I'll go with Paragon on this one. Just because Takeshita hasn't lost in a long time. Fletcher hasn't lost in a long time. I feel like running downstairs and grabbing something to eat. Some popcorn or something for the last 2. Baby. Has he gotten smaller? Or is he just trimmed down, toning up?
I think he's trimming up.
Are you hearing me all right on this?
Yeah. I'm just trying to update.
Gotcha.
Update the ticker.
Fletcher's posing behind you.
Yeah. Okay. So Anthony Thompson saying, okay, my bad. That Anarchy match was basically 3 matches. Fair.
Maybe 4.
Christopher John saying, Sean Hayes, I try to watch, but I work 60 a week, so it's mostly clips. Fair enough. Yeah. You work a bunch, it's hard to get it all in there.
He's going to have his hands full with these 6 athletes here tonight. It's like Fletcher electing to start with his family. Maybe he gets out.
What's funny is Adam Cole, even though he's toning up and trimming down a little bit, he still had a hard time pulling his shirt off, so he must be wearing like an extra small one. Man, he looks really, really thin.
Looks what?
Thin.
Oh.
Like really, really thin.
Sean Hayes, Chris John, there's an episode a few weeks ago, I forgot exactly when, April sometimes I believe, it was one of the best Dynamites ever, to even where some of the WWE heavy fans I know admired it, or admitted it was great, yeah. Yeah, they're able to pull some stuff out every now and then that's really good.
Maybe he just looks smaller next to Takeshita, because Takeshita, he's a big dude.
Nice.
You know, Taz, sometimes you really like a talent, but sometimes there's one thing that stands in the way, and with Adam Cole, unfortunately for him, it's that belt. And that's a belt along with every other belt, including the international belt. The Don Callis family's mantra is to get every belt in this company and eventually just take over. Well, I think you're in good shape to do that. So, I mean, that belt is about Adam Cole holds, but I
Owie.
quick switch by Kyle O'Reilly, but man, he ate one there from Takeshita. And Takeshita leaving his feet, coming in with some serious force. Kyle O'Reilly's a great Canadian, Excalibur.
I think I'm ahead of you again.
As is this man, Josh Alexander. The greatest technical wrestler in the history of Canada is Josh Alexander.
Yeah, but not by much. I can hear yours.
I suppose you'd like to say it's Kenny Omega. It's not. I've managed both these better. Do I Chris Jericho?
I can do this. Yeah, now maybe that'll be close.
Tag made as Robert Strong, gutbuster, holding Alexander open for the knee drop from Kyle O'Reilly. 2 count only. Roddy Strong, heavy-handed guy, big strong chop to Josh's chest there. And out of spot fouls in, he realized that Roddy was not lighting him up, so he powered into his own corner.
I love watching the Messiah the Backbreaker. Man, he's
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Fletcher's really good too.
Yep.
And then
Chop
Kyle
kick,
O'Reilly.
chop kick.
Some of those matches Kyle O'Reilly had, like him and shoot, what can't I think of his name? What's his name in WWE? They had some brutal matches. What's his name from Judgment Day? The Demon. Why can't I think of his real name?
Oh, who?
Judgment Day. The Demon. What's his
Finn
name?
Balor?
Finn Balor. Finn Balor and Kyle O'Reilly. Some of the matches they had in
Oh, yeah, back in NXT.
WWE. Woo. Man, they were brutal.
That whole era of NXT was just so good. Oh.
Kids the same way.
Yeah, they had to have a match in between Anarchy in the Arena and the main event, because you gotta have a palate cleanser.
Yep.
Something to get the taste of Anarchy in the Arena out of your mouth before you watch Hangman and Ospreay.
And I just sit here thinking to myself, most of these fans that are at the event watching this, they're kind of like us. They want to see Ospreay and Hangman. But think about this. This thing's going to go till midnight my time. I don't know where they're at. Where are they at for the Double or Nothing?
Arizona.
So they're in Arizona. So you're looking at
Phoenix. I don't remember what time of year it
9
is.
9 o'clock. It'd be about 9, 10 o'clock when they get done out there. So
Yeah.
that means they still got to drive home. Well, I guess it's not that bad. But that just means that they started watching this thing at what? 4 in the afternoon? 5 in the afternoon? Something like that?
3 or 4, or yeah, 4:30, 5:30, something like that.
That's a full day at wrestling right there. Nice.
Wes is saying, I feel like Adam Cole looks a little pale tonight, making him look even smaller than usual, but his arms do look really slim, and he has a little bit of a belly. I think it's mostly just the paleness. When I look at him, it doesn't seem much different. Maybe just a little thinner, trimmer than when he was in NXT. But, I mean, even at that, yeah, he looks paler than normal. But it's like a yellow type of a pale.
He's still in a heck of a lot better shape than I am.
So fast too, Taz. Taz, I remember when you had a lot of power in this business when you were a wrestler. How much power would I have if I had every title in this company and I grew the family to say 20 members? That would be amazing. I mean, I had a lot of power. I wasn't a political guy. What the hell's that about? No, but everyone was afraid of me.
Don Callis and Taz going at it.
Craziness, yep. Lycan 359 started at 6. Okay. I was trying to figure out Phoenix time. Well, the main card.
So they're just an hour behind you.
Because if I remember right, Arizona doesn't have. They don't observe daylight savings, so they just switch time zones depending on the time of the year, whether they're Pacific or Mountain. Red Wing saying he just got over a cold about a week ago. That could count for the paleness. I watch his streams on the regular. Yeah, that would make sense. At least the spray tan that he's got now looks better than one of the last ones I saw where it was really orange and kind of runny.
Now, wait a minute. You said Red Wing.
Yeah. Did I?
Which one was it? Yeah, which one was...
Red Wing 1492. She is 1 year older than me.
She was 1 year. Yeah, I thought you said he. That's why I'm like, wasn't that the one that was talking about the grandpa?
Yes. Colga was all plugged up for the most of the past 2 weeks. That makes sense.
Nice. Switch back and forth.
We are watching two great pro wrestlers go at it here. It's like Credo, roll up. Alexander breaks free.
Oh.
So good. Alexander from a rolling strike, but O'Reilly and Alexander both had the same idea.
O'Reilly's kicks just look so much more brutal than a lot of other people.
I kind of wonder if they just are.
Just stiffer.
Yeah.
It's like I would almost rather take a Bryan Danielson kick than a Kyle O'Reilly kick.
Fair.
Definitely rather take a Miz kick than any of them.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Alexander working in concert here. This is beautiful. TNT Championship trouble here, guys. Yeah, getting tripled up on. Ref's got to try to get a little control on this. It's tough, though. Looking bleak for Adam Cole. Oh, my God.
Stole the ring, too.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, that wasn't even attempted to not steal it.
No. Powerbomb and just jump down and then dropping.
It's amazing that Adam Cole can even roll in the corner after that. That was a big, big powerbomb. Right there, you saw Fletcher. Oh, he's getting blasted in by Roddy Strong. He took a
Roddy's getting hit and stiff, too.
And now Strong.
He's probably mad that his wife was bleeding. What was that? And left him hanging.
What did he do? Just hit a Panama Sunrise?
It looked like it.
Cameraman missed that.
That was ugly.
Here it is.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, the way that he was sitting and standing, I assumed.
Nope.
Yeah, Adam Cole and his love for the Panama Sunrise will always be unmatched.
This is a good match, too.
It's a really good match.
Nice.
Oh, good save.
Well, we both go down one more.
Yep.
Looks like it doesn't matter. Corey wins this one.
It does not. Corey will have won this one. Yeah, Anthony Thomas, 7-3. Sounds like it for me, too.
I'm still going to stick around and watch the last match, though.
Right?
I'm missing that one. Yeah. And then in comes Lance Archer. Continue beating on him. All right, that's it. Bobby Fish is back. Where's he at? Come on, Bobby. Somebody. Music's fitting. Something.
Brody King
The Hounds of Hell, him
and Ishii.
thought what's his name was supposed to be back too. Rhea's husband.
Tanahashi.
Tanahashi threw one punch and that was it. And he's still not even in the ring. Kyle Fletcher. I think Brody King was in his way. Man, I'm a Buddy Matthews fan, though. I was hoping he was coming back.
Yeah. Agreed. And
he said he should be getting close, too.
Red Wing, excellent rest and recovery match for the fans before the big one. Agreed.
Yep.
Anthony Thompson, last match to end it. This one is tough to call. Yeah, I don't know.
A 4-hour event.
Wow.
On Wednesday. Whew.
Well, that will be Omega, Claudio, Brody King, and Dorada.
You think so?
I think so. I think that will be the final four. That's what I'm thinking. Sean saying, Anthony, I don't see why people say it's hard to call. Hangman is on a redemption arc. He needs a loss here to give him more time to work up to becoming the face that he wants and can be. Ospreay is an easy call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think maybe it's hard to call because it's whether or not we actually see Ospreay winning at All In or not. But I don't know. All right, I got to take another bathroom break.
Okay. So my whole thing is I'm just questioning if it's Ospreay. I understand you thinking that it needs to be Hangman to be able to continue and be a better babyface than what he is. So I think Hangman's going to lose. I think Ospreay will win. But I think Ospreay will acknowledge some respect to him, shake his hand at the end. Hangman will shake Ospreay's hand, and they'll leave on good terms. That way, he still looks like he's the good guy, just trying to change his ways type of thing. Man, that promo was so good on last Wednesday. He's come a long way. Changed his character a few times, but still being the Hangman, he's just a different person, it looks like. When he started off, he was the goody cowboy, and
All right, here we go. Main event. Got to have the vignette.
Eventually, it gets to a point where you don't recognize yourself anymore, and you look a lot more like the people who paid to you.
I think this is helping his character too, doing this little vignette to turn around and show that he didn't recognize himself when he was being a heel or anti-face, whatever you want to call it. So
Get my ears
Josh
back
gets his
in.
ears on. Yeah, they did a little vignette. They were talking about how he didn't recognize himself with where he was at and what he was doing. And that's just building him up towards continuing his babyface persona or try to get him back there. I think he's going to win, or he's going to lose. I think Ospreay's going to win, and then they'll shake hands and acknowledge each other and a little respect, and then I think they'll leave on a good note.
Yeah, let's see. Anthony saying Ospreay by a surprise roll-up. Babyface match. Christopher Strike Leather saying, I know it isn't going to happen, but I'm picking Hangman to win. Yeah. Hangman, he is on that little redemption tour. And it's getting there.
Finally! Finally!
Jordan M. has subscribed to the channel.
Welcome, Jordan M.
So, yeah. I know it isn't going to happen. Yeah, I get what you're saying. He's growing on me to a point where I would kind of want him to win. Not quite there yet. Close. Not quite. So, yeah, I've got to go with Ospreay.
But it was interesting. They were showing in the vignette, they were showing him when he first started, 6 years ago? Mm-hmm. And, even though he still remained the cowboy, Hangman Adam Page, you could see the physical change in him throughout the years.
Oh, yeah.
It was really kind of interesting seeing all that. I mean, back then he used conditioner on his hair. Now he doesn't. I mean, it's just, it's pretty obvious.
Fair.
And now here's Ospreay's vignette. Or, not a vignette, just more of a speech.
Yep. Anthony saying, does Don Callis still interfere with Ospreay? He hasn't for a while. Yeah, Sean saying no. Red Wing 1492. As much as I love Hangman, Ospreay winning fits better with both of their stories they're on right now. Yeah.
Are we synced up, Josh? Can you hear my audio?
I don't hear a difference.
Good.
Here comes the Ospreay.
Is he ready to take the next step in his career?
Osprey.
Yeah, I think we're a little off.
Osprey. If it seems a little off for me getting to you, I might seem a little behind because of my audio getting to you, but yours coming into me is right on.
Okay. And I'll leave it alone.
Yeah. Ours is completely synced up because I just played around with my audio, muting it, and I could hear Excalibur in sync, just left ear, right ear type of deal.
Nice.
Yep.
Gotta admit, I'm glad this is the final because...
Getting late.
Woo! I'm glad it's Memorial Day tomorrow.
No worky for you?
Well, no worky. However, yesterday I blew a radiator hose, so I gotta go find a mechanic that's open tomorrow to fix it. Then the tow truck, he brought the car home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he dropped the car off, he was like unloading it.
Wes has finally subscribed to the channel.
Finally, it's very fitting.
We get a lot of those that, hey, I'm guilty of it too, watching a channel, and then it's like, a few months go by and it's like, how am I not subscribed? I see every video.
Yep. Yeah, as soon as the tow truck dropped the car off, he was in the process of dropping it off, and then my oldest ended up giving me a call. And kind of like Jonas when they call me and not text me, something's up.
Yeah.
So I answer the phone, and he goes, "Hey, how are you?" I said, "Oh, I've had better days. I just blew radiator hose." He goes, "Yep, me too. Young girl just pulled out in front of me. I just wrecked my car. Airbags deployed."
Oh.
I'm like, I said, "What did the state trooper say?" "Oh, I'm not at fault. She's definitely at fault." I'm like, okay.
Nice quick switch on that.
So he's got to go through all of that.
It's worth remembering, though, that Hangman Adam Page, he's been AEW World Champion.
Yeah.
He's been to the finals.
Anthony saying, does AEW have time limit draws? Sean replied, Anthony, yes, but they are rare. Yes.
Yep.
I think I've probably seen more in AEW over the last 5-6 years than in WWE, but they still happen. It's just not that often. Not enough to make them become very predictable.
Right. Most of them are usually on TV, though.
Yeah.
And
yeah, usually on TV.
Like the TNT title, I think, is a certain time limit.
Yeah.
I think they only had one at a pay-per-view that I can remember.
It kind of seems like at some point, just in the last little while, I saw a time limit draw for something, but I don't remember when it was. Christopher John saying, this is like watching Last Night in Soho. I don't know what Last Night in Soho is. I must have missed out on that. I gotta look it up now. Is it safe to look it up?
I think it's a movie, but I don't think I've seen the movie.
Last Night, British psychological horror film. That would make sense, because I am a big weenie and I don't watch scary movies. It was that silly Blair Witch thing that got me.
The documentary?
Yes. Never catch me going into a basement again.
or a forest.
Or a forest. Well, between that and
the forest, it was the woods.
Yeah. Between that and, going over to, like when I would sleep on the weekends in Corey's room, and he had the Freddy Krueger glove that was just somewhat dimly lit.
Yep. Yep.
Laying on those little fold-out futon bed things. Yeah. No bueno.
You know, that right there, where Ospreay's in the corner and Hangman backed him up in the corner. He's sitting in the corner, and then Hangman just kind of slowly backs up.
Yep.
That is vintage training for any young wrestler trying to learn the psychological of slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down, and when you think you've gone slow enough, slow down even more.
Yeah. It's like that that saying that you hear a lot recently. Wrestling is what happens in between the moves.
Right. Nice back chop.
Beautiful. Nice.
This is good. That was a good
Red Wing saying, yes, time limit draws are usually reserved for TNT title matches. Oh, and Ring of Honor TV title matches.
Right.
Last time limit draw was used in the last MJF versus Adam Cole storyline once Adam came back from injury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just a curveball. Christopher John says, laugh out loud. Love y'all. I'll stick to the wrestling. Every now and then, movie references will catch us, and we'll catch in with them. Corey, more especially than even us. For some reason, his movie trivia knowledge is peak.
It's up there.
But Sean, just a heads up. Josh, your ticker says timeless. Tony Storm. How dare I? I spelled it with a Y instead of an I.
Oh.
I bet you that was autocorrect if I had to guess. But thank you. I need that. At least...
Tony, if you're watching, you can yell at Josh. It's okay.
Yeah. At least you're going into the forest in daylight, not a dark basement. Yes. Absolutely. And Mercedes won the Owen Hart. No E in the word. Oh, and up next is the Owen Hard Cup.
You're supposed to be editing yourself.
I don't pay attention to what I'm writing.
That's obvious.
I'm sure there's others that I've missed in here.
Thank you for keeping us on track there. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Anyways. That was a little high.
Little bit. Yeah. Red Wing. Autocorrect. The bane of my existence sometimes when I chat on my phone. Oh, man. Yeah, we found out there, especially when trying to write stuff in Keynote, you know, it seemed to mess things up left and right.
I just did that tonight when I was talking to my wife. Texted her, and I said, "What time are you getting home?" She tells me, I'm like, "All right, just don't forget." And I went to type, "We have the live stream at this time," but it auto-corrected. And she responded, "You have a love stream at a certain time?" I'm like, no, live stream.
Sean says autocorrect is the bane of so many folks. Mostly it keeps me still speaking foul, as in a bird language. Yeah.
We have some of the funniest subscribers. Ah! His back wasn't hurting before. It is now.
Yeah, it definitely is now. Yeah. Her reaction. So many of ours.
Yeah.
As you observe, Hangman, he's not appealed to the crowd once this entire match.
That's it. When he did that punch, he landed right on his knees.
Yep.
Ospreay messed up his back on that elbow strike. Now it's evident as Ospreay has that hand over the lower back, telegraphing
The slow build at the beginning of this.
to do it here in the ring now, as he did the guardrail.
That was a perfect throw, though.
It was.
The way he hit that.
It was a perfect throw.
Man.
Could have went wrong in so many ways.
And now Ospreay, the struggle truly begins in this match.
I don't know how I feel about the pink fringe on his butt, though. That just looks weird.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Fandango.
Well, had to do some pink because of the Owen Hart Cup.
Mercedes executed her game plan to a T, targeting the lower back of Jamie Hayter. That's ultimately
I thought the Peacock boys were back.
of winning the Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament this year. And if this beating persists by the Hangman, he's going to be the
Sean says, foul language. It's giving too many ducks. Quack, quack, if you all understand.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I did not understand, but yes. Oh.
You seen that little TikTok, Instagram reel where the little boy's walking down rainy sidewalk, and it's like, some days you just feel like a duck, and the boy turns around and goes quack, and then he's wearing like a little duck costume. It's pretty funny.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Send it to you.
That was high. A little wonky.
Those are deep suplexes. It's a different style. I mean, the way he's doing those backdrop type back throws.
Looking at Will Ospreay's growing ink collection.
Yeah.
His neck issues, his spinal issues.
After what his first one was 2 years ago,
That is something that continues to plague him to this day.
It wasn't that long ago.
or maybe even last year at All In. I can't remember.
Yep, that's it. You nailed it, Shabbat.
Or it was
You know, and
2 years ago at Wembley.
but when you do that,
I think was the first one because he got that Wembley one.
it's hard to have longevity in the career.
But it's just kind of to that, old saying that they become very addictive.
Yep.
Once you get one, you want many more.
Carter got a second one in Canada last week.
Did he?
Yep. And the funny thing is, where he put it on his right shoulder, but it wasn't on the outside of the shoulder. It was turned in a little bit.
Okay.
And I asked him, I'm like, why did you get it there and not out a little bit more? Because it's like a medieval mace with like almost like sun rays behind it type of thing.
Okay.
And I said, why'd you get it around here? And he goes, because I want to make sure that I leave more room on the backside in case I want to continue adding to it. I'm like, you got the addiction.
Yep. That corkscrew kick he does connects every time. It's like he just throws that one leg out there and it's going to land somewhere.
His body control is just amazing.
Yeah. Well, Christopher John saying, I really love the camera angles tonight. They've done a pretty good job of catching the action from a variety of different angles, which is fun. I'm also thankful that there is not a drone, because that was cool the first time. It was okay the second time, and now it's just
borderline annoying now.
Yeah.
You're right, every second matters when you're trying to recover. Every little
Torture
second,
rack?
but Ospreay knows that. That's why he went.
Yep.
And that kick, Ospreay had him wrapped up.
Nice.
Into Blue Thunder.
Why is does Hangman's forehead look really red to you?
Um,
on my TV.
I don't know.
Do that when you're spinning, you know what I mean? Like, but I get what you're saying. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Agreed.
After that,
I'm guessing drones. Or just overall camera angles and drones.
but you go
I do like when they try something new. Like, I appreciate, let's try to innovate. Let's try to do something unique. Let's try to do something different. Even if it's the referee earpiece camera, I like trying it.
page for those chops.
But
They got rid of it.
yeah, but once it you realize it's not working the way you had envisioned, scrap it. Anthony Thompson, this match going to 12:30. Yep.
At this rate, yep. They took that slow down thing serious.
Sends Osprey off. I think Osprey, his teeth might have hit the top rope.
Oh.
Ouch. That was stiff.
Yep.
Now, guys, I never did do this moonsault. I never moonsaulted to the outside. That's a no-no for me.
Yeah. Because we all would have looked at you and been like, yeah, that's not working for me today, brother.
I'm not standing down there and taking you.
I ain't going to catch.
You better hope you can land on your feet.
Right?
Man,
How good are you at
high.
landing on your feet? Because I'm moving.
Not that good. I'd have been about as good as Adam Cole.
Wasn't it Trav that when somebody said they wanted to do a dive, he's like, I'll move.
He'll pull a Samoa Joe. Nope.
Nope.
And now, very fitting, the sharpshooter.
A sharpshooter?
In the finals of the 2025 Owen
Okay.
tournament. Those that will let that
But is it a sharpshooter or is it the Scorpion Deathlock?
sometimes it gets trapped up
I don't remember.
That's a scorpion.
Will was smart to pull it on out, to maybe do a push-up or try to crawl if he can. It's just, such a difficult hold to get out. There you go, push-up and start to
Yeah. There has never been an instance where the ref cam has worked, in my humble opinion. So here's the one instance I think it could work. If they were doing a an Anarchy in the Arena, then put a ref cam on.
That might work.
That could work. Apart from that, yeah.
let go to hold. I mean, that's a great job out of ref.
Although, quite frankly, I think in an Anarchy in the Arena, instead of doing a typical ref cam, you should give the referees the American Gladiator helmets that have the camera built into it, just in case they get hit with something.
Right.
Protect the refs. Could have used one tonight so they didn't eat the super kick.
Yeah, I saw that. Man. He took it like a champ, though.
Mm-hmm.
Control of Osprey. The chop seemingly ineffective. Hangman wants to get into a fight.
So,
That's a little high. Oh!
I'm thinking this is probably not going to be a 5-star match. But it's still going to be a good match.
Hey, so far, don't know. There's still room for it to be there. They started great. It's slow building in the match. They're telling a good in-ring story.
Shot to the midsection. Reversal. Osprey coming up.
Oh, clothesline to the back of the head. Oh,
Oh! She just saw herself. Anthony saying, if AEW's having 4-hour shows, then they're going to have 6-hour PLEs. They need a roof cam for that thing.
It's been an awesome show. This Double Nothing pay-per-view has been amazing, and this is
It has been a very good pay-per-view.
Sunday right here. We got 6 years of All
Worth the
Elite
money.
Wrestling bookended
In my opinion.
tonight by the Owen
Like I
Hart
said,
Foundation tournament.
even the ones you think you want to write off because there's only like one match you want to see,
Really in not good
the
shape.
pay-per-views on AEW usually pull through and
Yep.
they make it worth the money.
I keep hearing a squeal.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get a big suplex off of there, I believe Hangman, but Ospreay hammering down with the back elbows. As now
This
Hangman
does not look good.
potentially in trouble as Ospreay finds his footing on the top. Oh no, Ospreay slips in between, tucked his head. He's gonna go for a kick here, I think. Getting that taste of the Perry there from Will Ospreay. Seen Ospreay do that before. And Hangman is hanging. Yeah, he's stuck.
Is that an audible?
It's an awkward deal, man, in those corners.
You know, when he came down, it looked like when he was up there, he was trying something else.
Yeah.
Every human instinct in your body doesn't want to.
Maybe just didn't quite feel it.
Yeah, it's tough to explain. It's a tough spot.
I kind of dig the Ospreay soccer shirts on the outside. Excuse me,
Fighting like this.
European football shirts.
Yeah.
3 consecutive headbutts from Hangman Adam Page. Will Ospreay Hangman.
Oh, a buckshot from the turnbuckle.
There you go. It's a smart setup.
Oh!
Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's a good view of his tattoo. That's a pretty nice tattoo. I like that.
But that's, I think, more wishful thinking than an actual protest. It's a good call.
Sorry. Watch the pay-per-view. You know the pay-per-view's running long when you're looking at him like, man, that's a good tattoo. I kind of like that.
Yeah, they're beating the holy hell out of each other here to advance and win this Owen Hart Foundation final. Cutter incoming. No, Hangman once again able to block it. Ospreay sidestep. Charges in. Boot of Hangman waiting for Ospreay.
Oof. Oof. I couldn't see.
But that was freaking amazing.
I couldn't see on that side.
God, we almost had the winner of the final right
Sometimes you just got to roll with the punches.
there. Man, that was close.
Yep. So, you know, I just had a funny thought. You know, I've been to the restroom a couple of times, 2 or 3 times. You've been to the restroom a couple of times.
Yep.
Do you think Taz Excalibur and Tony Schiavone are wearing the diapers like they do at, you know, New Year's Eve in New York City and Times Square just to make sure that they can make it through the whole 4.5 hour pay-per-view?
Probably not.
Or do they wait for the vignettes and the cleanup?
Wait for the vignettes and then run. Take turns.
Escape by Hangman, but Ospreay back on the attack. Alba, no. Hangman finds his feet. Angels wins. 1, 2, and Ospreay able to kick out. How about that? The Angels.
Okay.
wins.
Chris
Was
Daniels.
that
Yep.
instinct or an homage to Christopher Daniels? I think it was a little bit of both. I agree with Schiavone. I think it definitely was a little bit of both. Look at these two combatants. Man, just trying to pull this
Christopher John says they are 100% wearing diapers.
See? Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
I was thinking I saw something about Pat McAfee talking about that to Michael Cole.
Really?
Yeah, like they were talking about how they do that. Oh,
At least he understood. I'm not going to go for it because that's going to hurt me.
Yep. That was a little homage to Christopher Daniels there. Yeah, I thought I saw something about that where they had talked about when they do that, they basically have to run and go. But they are told, hey, don't drink a lot before you go out there. Because it was like I think it was one of the pay-per-views or something that McAfee had like messed it up or something. Where he took it at the wrong moment because he just couldn't hold it. And then wasn't back in time, so it was Michael Cole just on his own for a bit. Either that or I just made the whole thing up. But I think I heard that somewhere.
You got to do what you got to do.
Sean Hay says, either that or they train their body and stop drinking, eating after a certain time before chowing down post-show.
But, the heart and the toughness of Ospreay, I mean, it's just pretty hooked up with it. Even before he came here,
They're hitting hard. Boot. Yep. Boot. Coming back. Yeah, he hit his head on that one. His head bounced. Style splash.
What?
No.
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 Oh. Okay, he put his feet down. Whew.
Yeah, but Hangman still ate it.
I think Hangman, his knees actually went down, but I think Hangman's head went into the mat.
Sean saying, I remember McAfee doing that as well, so you aren't wrong, Josh. Okay. Replay.
Yeah, his head hit the mat.
Yeah, he tried to get his feet down, but... I don't know which was worse. That or Jamie Hayter.
I think Jamie Hayter. She hit so hard. That one will look like he at least turned his head a little
bit. Anthony Thompson. Lamar proved in the NFL that doesn't work.
Oh, how our conversation has taken a really weird turn. That was a slow 10 count there.
Yo. Setting up for the hidden blade.
He got him.
There's no such thing as a finisher anymore. Only signature moves. Sean says, I just looked it up. It was July of last year Pat did it. Apparently Cole never has to go during a show from what McAfee says, which makes me wonder how well he trained himself.
He's got a heck of a bladder control.
Did he train himself or were they training pants? Probably trained himself. He's been doing it for 20 plus years.
Stopped drinking at noon for a pay-per-view that night.
Yeah.
He's palm thrusting him right in the face.
Buckshot lariat.
Looks like it.
Nope.
No.
That was smart. He looked up at the Tron. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just pointed up to it.
I saw him up there. I don't know why more people don't do that.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think the first time I saw it done was MJF.
Could be.
Is that the Spanish announce disc? That's a little stiff.
I don't know. He's adding a little extra fuel to turn Hangman face.
Mm-hmm.
Cole doesn't eat. Cole practicing intermittent fasting, just like 1 out of every 7 days. Y'all all right? That reminded me of that Triple H pedigree on
Yep.
Kurt Angle.
Yep. Where the table just buckled.
I mean, I think they're all right, but sell it like you're not. And that was all just Hangman trying to jump.
Yep.
If he had just picked up slow and steady and then dropped, maybe. You gonna do it again?
That was just ugly.
Logan Paul versus Will Ospreay. Then what? I mean, that's essentially what we're watching right now.
Mm-hmm.
Only Hangman does those moves better. But he's also got lots of years of experience to polish the look of them.
Right.
Yeah, he's definitely in the zone. Hangman's in the zone. Oh, Ospreay tried to get to his feet. He stumbled backwards, and that was the best thing he could have ever done. Yeah, whether it was lucky or good.
It's got the mark on his
You see Ospreay
side.
pulling himself up with the assistance of the ropes. That's Hangman.
Chris Strike Leather saying, while I love Ospreay, I wish he would sell more. It seems he sells for a few seconds, then immediately no-sell stuff. Yeah, he does a bit of that. More so than others, I would say. That being said, he's selling at the moment. Buckshot hidden blade.
Signature move.
Signatures, no finishers. Hey, turned him completely upside down on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. I saw a Yanni.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Laurel.
No, I yawned.
It's all right. I've got a left eye that's burning. It's dry.
Back to the outside.
Yeah. Not all of us can be in Liverpool where it's like 4 in the morning. Come on.
Christopher says, so over under 2 hidden blades for Ospreay to win.
That was one.
Well, that was actually the second.
Stormbreaker.
Well, kicked out. That was the second one of the match because he hit one earlier.
We're going to do another one right here.
Christopher John, it's funny that we few are up watching these things we've been watching since children. Laugh out loud. I wouldn't change it for the world. Yeah, how many other shows do you still watch that you watched when you were a kid?
I watched MASH the other day. That was fun.
America's Funniest Home Videos. I still watch that occasionally, but not all the time like this.
Saw an episode of Tom and Jerry last week.
Oh, I told you, Reagan's been trying to watch Fraggle Rock.
Nice.
A shootout in the desert. Absolutely. A match.
Does X-Men 97 count?
No.
Because it's a new version of the old show. It just continued. Because I watched it back then.
Was it a couple of Corey's kids that made the comment that shows like Bluey and those things were better than Tom and Jerry?
Wouldn't have been one of mine. I don't think. Yeah. Ultimate 23 Dragon. Most game shows. Fair.
Yep.
Because Family Feud.
Right. Yep. Wheel of Fortune, still watching. Jeopardy. At least Dustin Jeopardy. Now he's going for One-Winged Angel.
Ow.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, wow.
So Ospreay hits one of Omega's,
Yeah.
and then Hangman hits one of Swerve's. Fair. Fair. One of the best false finishes I have seen. Yep. Christopher Strike Leather, my favorite show was Castle and the Mentalist. Oh, I missed the Mentalist. And
my wife and I are still watching Castle. We went back and started over again.
Castle, everything he does is fantastic.
Absolutely.
The Rookie.
Yep.
Somebody
said
Serenity, Firefly.
Yep.
Give me a Space Cowboy anytime.
Well, Anthony, Chris, Red Wing, all you guys.
Christopher called it. Christopher Strike Leather called it. Hangman Adam Page just won.
Wow.
Yeah, Sean Hayes, I am shocked beyond belief. I didn't see it coming before the show. That was clear. Before the match started. Didn't see it. Yeah. Ultimate 23 Dragon. The fact that both of you had your jaws on the floor. Hilarious. Yes. I did not see it I did not see it beforehand. But in the match, we had mentioned how Ospreay was starting to go just a little more aggressive, and it was instantly building up Hangman as more of a face in the match. And yeah, the false finishes, that was good.
And the funny thing is, Josh, if you would have picked Hangman, no, you still would have lost.
Nope, I still would have lost, yeah. Because I was down, yeah. That one, it wouldn't have mattered even what I did. I would have needed to get the last one, and if I went with the last one, I would have picked Hangman on this to try to take the win rather than a tie. Yeah, Christopher Strikeleather. So Trick Williams wins the TNA Championship, and Hangman wins, yes, he wins the Owen Hart Cup. Yeah. Yep. What a buckshot. That was fantastic.
All right. Matches, or the pay-per-view's over, basically. Was it worth the money? Is the question.
Yes.
Well, we're not the ones that asked that question.
Yeah. Who did we have that was, I gotta scroll up quite a ways to even see. Flag. Question mark. Yeah, Flag. What did you think? Was it worth the money? Even though he said already it kind of was. So,
what was Sean's comment you just had up there?
I've come around to really enjoy Hangman, but I never would have predicted this just yet. Yeah, not yet. I thought he needed a couple more. The only thing that had me thinking there was a possibility early on was because it's all in Texas and it's kind of got the Western thing, but isn't Hangman from California, though? Because he's like the California Cowboy or something like that.
He was a teacher. I mean, in real life, he was a teacher in, like, Kentucky or Tennessee or something.
Yeah. Anthony Thompson, some of those shows, Star Trek, Batman, Spider-Man 67. All good ones. He and I ended with the same score, 7-4. Corey doesn't even show up on the stream, and he winds up winning. He is now our new prediction champion. Fine.
Here comes your handshake thing.
Yep. But do we get it, or does Ospreay start to turn heel?
He'll turn heel.
Christopher Strikeleather. I would love to see a team up between Castle, Beckett, Libsyn, and Jane.
There's no crying in wrestling. Yeah, I think my son told me that he's supposed to play in something, one of these shows, Hal Jordan from Green Lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Not Ospreay, I'm talking about Castle. Nathan, whatever his last name is. Fallon. Nathan Fallon.
Fillion. Christopher John. That. Hey, there we go.
Well, they haven't let go yet. There you go.
Nice. Yeah, Christopher John says, that's why I love wrestling. They tell me the story, not the other way around. Yep. Red Wing, that's a shocker. So Hangman versus Mox all in. Does that mean we get Hangman trying to choke out Moxley with a chain? Huh. I don't know. Hangman Mox will be interesting. See what happens with the Bucks and Hangman. Hangman's from West Virginia. Okay. I couldn't remember. I knew he wasn't from what I typically would associate as a cowboy state, but billed from Aaron's Creek, Virginia, from what Wiki shows. Weren't the Hangmans and Bucks in the Bullet Club? Yes, I believe they were. They definitely were. That was a good pay-per-view, in my opinion. He has not commented back in. Maybe he did the smart thing and went to bed.
Went to bed.
So
that's funny.
That could be. All right, well, y'all. Hey, thanks for joining us. Normally in one of these, we would give you kind of our recap of what we thought were the best matches, the worst matches, rank them up and down. But with there being 11 matches, I think, or something like that, that's going to take us way too long. And it's late, and it's tired. Happy Memorial Day to everybody. Enjoy you hanging out. Be on the lookout. Channel tomorrow should have another Guess the Wrestler by the Puppets coming out once I finish editing it. So we'll see y'all later. Thanks for hanging with us.